The 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was the culmination of Grandmaster Wu Liang's lifetime of study into the Tao of Spirit arrays. 9 interdependent arrays which supported and reinforced one another. Xianxia spent nearly all of the wealth he acquired in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary on this grand array. Most forces did not have the boldness or even ability to pay such a huge price, but the returns would naturally be great too. The array could be divided into 3 sections. The first, which consisted of 3 layers of the array, was the foundation of the Grand Array. These 3 layers maintained the operation of the Grand Array as well as drew in and stored starlight strength. These 3 layers had no lethality whatsoever. However, they formed the backbone of the 9 heavenly layers. On normal days, these 3 layers would draw in starlight strength to maintain the operation of the Grand Array without interruption, storing any excess for emergency use. Not only that, the first 3 layers of the Grand Array were also capable of self-repair. As long as the damage was not too serious, it could fix any faults in the Grand Array. The second section of the Grand Array was comprised of defensive mechanisms. It also consisted of 3 layers of the Grand Array. One layer was meant for concealment. Once activated, Voidland would become hidden from view. Anyone without a firm foundation of the Tao of Spirit arrays would never be able to detect Voidland. The second layer was a powerful bewildering array, one that deprived ordinary cultivators of their external senses, blinding and misleading them. The third layer was purely protective, a shield to resist external bombardment. The proprietress introduced Xianxia to an artifact refining grandmaster who produced 2 powerful array artifacts, one of which was the Heavenly Net Umbrella, which was used in this defensive Grand Array as its array core. The Heavenly Net Umbrella cost a fortune, but Grandmaster Wu Liang said that once the shield was activated, even the combined bombardment of 10 top mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters for 10 days and 10 nights would not be able to break through it. It could be seen that the protective strength of this Grand Array was outstanding. Voidland now had a mighty army and was equipped with the finest arms, so how could it allow anyone to attack them for 10 days straight without retaliating? The last 3 layers of the Grand Array were the offensive parts. Most of the external starlight strength absorbed by the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was channeled here. Each of these 3 layers was different and more powerful than the one before. The Heavenly Executioner's Sword was placed by Grandmaster Wu Liang into the second layer of the offensive section of the Grand Array as its array core. The first offensive layer of the Grand Array did not have a specific core, but instead relied on a massive number of ordinary artifacts to function. These artifacts were brought back by Xianxia after defeating enemies in this outer universe. Most of these artifacts were useless to the members of Voidland, but it would be too wasteful to simply discard them, so they were used to empower the Grand Array, which was a win-win solution. As for the final offensive layer of the Grand Array, it was the trump card of Voidland, and it was saved for the most crucial of moments. When the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was completed, Xianxia had once considered that if someone was foolish to attack Voidland, he would teach them a lesson and at the same time test the power of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array. But this was just a random thought. No one would want their home to be besieged. However, it was really under siege now, and the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Xianxia was extremely grateful that he did not make the stingy decision, but instead agreed to let Grandmaster Wu Liang arrange the complete 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array in Voidland. Otherwise, with the numbers and strength of the enemy today, even if there were hundreds more Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland now, it would be impossible to overcome such odds. Only by making use of the Grand Array could they possibly turn defeat into victory. Standing in Voidland, Xianxia looked out coldly. He was in control of the Array Jade, and he knew the Grand Array inside and out. He rubbed his fingers together unconsciously as he stood nervously. In order to rescue Lu Shui and the others, he had no choice but to reveal some of Voidland's strength. However, they had immediately retreated. With such a display of weakness, old dog Kong Feng would certainly not just give up. Behind Xianxia, left and right protectors Yu He and Mo Mei sat cross-legged and meditated to recover from their injuries. The Elder Council and the group of Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were also urgently restoring their own vitality. Behind them were more than 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters of various orders, standing upright, their expressions solemn as a chilling air lingered in the void. The majority of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland were from Abundant City, And it was all thanks to Yang Kai, who removed the blood principle restriction, that they could leave the blood monster cave heaven alive. In addition to that, he also provided them with an excellent living and cultivating environment, and supplied them with spirit pills to support their safe ascension to the open heaven realm. It was safe to say that Yang Kai was the one who made them what they were today. After finally breaking free of the prison which held generations of their ancestors and entering the outside world, how could they sit by and bear it when someone came to oppress them before they had time to witness the wonders of this world? So even though this was their first battle since they broke through to the open heaven realm, everyone was incredibly motivated. Void Land was their home, where they would build a new family and future. They could not just take from this land without giving back, and right now was the time to pay their dues. Only by keeping this land could they provide a safe place for their future generations. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yang Kai, waiting for his order to rush out and take down the invaders. After a moment, Yang Kai muttered, "Here they come!" Outside Voidland, 100 or so of people from Azure Cloud's temple, led by 2 third-order open heavens, rushed towards Voidland with dark, sullen faces. Elder Gao tried to withdraw before the battle began, but was ruthlessly killed by Kong Feng instead. Everyone, including Azure Cloud's temple and the other great forces who wanted to leave, did not dare to act rashly anymore. Shuddering at Kong Feng's ruthlessness, they all feared that they would be the next unlucky one should they speak out. However, Azure Cloud's temple still had to be punished as they took the lead in escaping, so Kong Feng forced them to be the vanguard in attacking the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array. Although the 2 third-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were enraged, they were completely incapable of resisting, so they could only lead the 100 disciples they brought with them to the edge of the Grand Array. After a slight hesitation, one of them sighed deeply and declared, "It may be a blessing and not a curse, and if it is a curse we cannot escape. Let's go." Looking desolate, he took the lead and dived headfirst into the Grand Array. When the others saw this, they too rushed bravely into the swirling clouds and mists, soon disappearing from sight. Aboard Heavenly Sword Union's ship, Kong Feng turned to Luan Baifeng, junior sister Luan, "It's all up to you now." Luan Baifeng coldly snorted, "Don't worry, it would be one thing if the Grand Array was in an idle state, but once it begins operating, its intricacies cannot be hidden from this mistress' eyes." She pointed to her own eyes as she spoke, and a glamorous but sinister light flashed across her beautiful pupils, turning them a breathtaking shade of purple. The reason why Luan Baifeng had such profound attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays was not because it was taught to her by a power master. In fact, she was completely self-taught, a feat only possible thanks to her innate eye-secret technique. Within the Black Prison were countless natural spirit arrays. After years of observing those spirit arrays with her eye-secret technique, she comprehended many mysteries from them, allowing her to accumulate a profound understanding of the Tao of Spirit Arrays. From the outside, the 100 great forces watched the 100 or so Azure Cloud's temple disciples disappearing quickly into the rolling clouds, but through Luan Baifeng's eyes, their movements were actually traceable, and as long as she could keep track of them and the progress they made, she would be able to find a way to crack the Grand Array. Inside the bewildering array, 2 small figures came together and whispered to one another quietly. One of them had a string of purple grapes on his head, his arms akimbo, looking as though he was second beneath the heavens. The other figure had a large mushroom cap atop her head and a timid expression on her face, wearing a little floral dress. These 2 little figures were Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom. Little Mushroom suddenly tugged at the roots of the grapes on Pu Baixiong's head. "Big Brother Pu, someone is here. What should we do?" 2 strands of roots on Pu Baixiong's head swayed around his forehead. "Someone came in? Leave them alone. Young boy will take care of them." Little Mushroom spoke weakly. But I'm scared. They're wandering around everywhere. What if they find us? Will they eat us?" Pu Baixiong consoled, "Don't worry. They're completely lost in the spirit array and won't be able to find us. Young boy told you, you are the array core of this bewildering array and will only need to make a move at the critical moment. Don't easily expose yourself, but when you do, we'll teach them a big lesson to show them how powerful you are." Little Mushroom nodded obediently, and then she suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, someone is right next to us." Pu Baixiong jumped and looked around. Sure enough, He saw a figure staggering around like a drunk, and quickly pulled little mushroom away. In Voidland, Xianxia asked, about 100 people entered the array. Among them are 2 low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, while the rest are all Emperor Realm cultivators. Who wants to deal with them? Fatty Chintian rushed out immediately and volunteered with a sonorous voice. Sect Master, please let this subordinate go. How could Chintian Fei miss such an opportunity to showcase himself? He was not qualified to fight during the last mission to rescue Lu Shui and the others because he was only a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but now that he had the opportunity to exert his strength, he naturally would not let it fall into the hands of another. Xianxia turned his head to look at him and nodded lightly. Good, Elder Chun. Be careful. Immediately energized, Chun Tianfei replied, Sect Master, please wait for good news. This subordinate will be back before you know it. After saying so, his rotund figure soared into the sky, dashing towards the Grand Array. Outside Voidland, aboard Heavenly Sword Union's ship, Luan Baifeng suddenly frowned. Kong Feng, who had been observing her expression, hurriedly asked, What's wrong? Luan Baifeng replied without removing her gaze on the swirling Grand Array. It seems that something has changed. Someone entered the Grand Array from Voidland. Kong Feng raised his eyebrows. Oh? Could they not withstand the pressure any longer? Luan Baifeng was silent for a moment before suddenly sighing. Kong Feng faintly sensed that something was wrong. But before he could ask, there were bursts of exclamations all around him. Turning his head back, Kong Feng narrowed his eyes slightly at the sight before him. Severed heads drenched in fresh blood flew towards the fleet one by one from inside the Grand Array. Those heads belonged to the people from Azure Cloud's temple that he sent out before. 1 head for every person who went in was sent out. The blank expressions frozen on the faces of these severed heads obviously indicated that they had no idea what happened to them. Right up to the moment they died. Kong Feng's face sank. What is Void Land planning? Killing someone and throwing their head back is a naked provocation. Kong Feng turned to look at Luan Baifeng, who shook her head lightly. It was too short. It really was too short. It had only been several breaths of time since the 100 Azure Cloud's temple disciple entered the Grand Array. Although they only had 2 Third Order Open Heaven Realm Masters while the rest were Emperor Realm cultivators, meaning their strength was not great, it was still terrifying for them to be obliterated so quickly. Chen Tianfei descended from the sky and landed in front of Xianxia with a cupped fist. Sect Master, fortunately I did not fail my mission. Xianxia nodded lightly. Good work, Elder Chen. Chen Tianfei possessed a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, while there were only 2 Third Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among the people from Azure Cloud's temple. Furthermore, Azure Cloud's temple's cultivators had fallen into the bewildering array and were all blind and lost. How could they stand against this fatty Chin? Killing them all had been a simple task. With Xianxia having full control of the array jade, he could naturally see the situation inside the Grand Array clearly and knew that Chun Tianfei sent the severed heads of the enemies out into the void. Although this was not his intention, he did not disapprove. Chen Tianfei was delighted. It is the subordinate's pleasure to serve the sect master. After that, he stepped back and stood still behind Xianxia. Outside Void Land, Kong Feng kneaded his forehead gently. He looked around coldly and saw a riot rising up among the 100 Sect Alliance. The swift annihilation of Azure Cloud's temple's entire force obviously threw them into panic. Although the people of Azure Cloud's temple were not strong, it was still unbelievable that they died in such a short period of time. Kong Feng immediately realized that it was the wrong decision for him to send the people of Azure Cloud's temple to serve as a vanguard. Instead of achieving what he wanted, he actually bolstered the morale and image of Voidland. Now that Voidland was shielded by their Grand Array, if Kong Feng wanted to win this battle, he would first need to crack it. After pondering for a while, he turned his head and asked, Junior Sister Luan, with your ability, how long will it take to crack this array? Just a stick worth of incense. Luan Baifeng answered proudly. Kong Feng nodded solemnly. Then I'll give you that time. Luan Baifeng turned to look at him and raised her brow slightly. Given the current situation, if they wanted to trace the details of the Grand Array, they would have to sacrifice many more lives. However, the people here were not fools. No one would be willing to follow in Azure Cloud's temple's footsteps. Still, it was none of her business. She just needed to do her part in examining the grand array carefully whenever it began operating. Kong Feng turned to look in a certain direction and began moving his lips, probably transmitting a divine sense message to someone. In that direction, Old Hong looked up at Kong Feng helplessly, but Kong Feng remained stone-faced and unmoved by Old Hong's pleading. Left with no choice, Old Hong clenched his teeth, stepped forward, and shouted as he cupped his fist, "Union Master Kong, Voidland is simply too outrageous. This old master requests to lead Heaven's border forces to attack and capture that bastard Yang Kai. Please grant me permission." Kong Feng replied after a brief hesitation. This Union Master appreciates Brother Hong's determination, but with this grand array protecting Voidland, entering will be extremely dangerous. Think twice, Old Hong. Old Hong answered solemnly. Voidland is a cesspit of disease and evil. Many fellow brothers have suffered at their hands, as has my Heaven's border. How can this Hong not step forward when the enemy is right in front of me? Even if I have to give up my life, I will rip a piece of meat from Voidland first. Please grant me permission, Union Master Kong. Kong Feng feigned reluctance for a while more before reluctantly agreeing. Good. Since Brother Hong is so sincere, how can this Union Master refuse? How about this? This Union Master will send 80 disciples from Heavenly Sword Union to accompany you. Do not try to engage the enemy. We only need to stimulate the Grand Array so that Warden Luan can crack its secrets. Focus on staying alive and buying time. After saying that, with a swing of his hand, 80 people immediately appeared behind him. There were many Open Heaven Realm Masters among them, and their leader was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Overjoyed, Old Hong cupped his fists. Many thanks, Union Master Kong. He was truly glad. He was only a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so after witnessing the powerful heritage of Voidland, he acknowledged that his strength was not enough to compete with them or even break into their grand array. If he really entered, he would definitely die miserably. But now he felt much safer being escorted by a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master sent by Kong Feng. However, the people of Heaven's Border and 80 members of Heavenly Sword Union alone were obviously still not enough. As such, Old Hong looked around and roared in a deep voice. Who else will join this old master? Please step forward. All the others looked at each other awkwardly. They initially thought that they would easily take down Voidland under the lead of Heaven Sword Union, never having expected that Voidland would possess such strong forces and defenses. They had also witnessed the frightening outcome of Azure Cloud's temple's failed attempt to penetrate Voidland's array. But since Heavenly Sword Union had set an example for them, how could they do nothing? If no one was willing to stand out, Kong Feng would definitely hold a grudge against them. Even if they could escape today, they were afraid that they would have a hard time in the future. Therefore, they had to send out some of their forces no matter what. Just then, a man shouted, "Our Golden Rainbow Province will contribute." It was the leader of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin. He had a great enmity with the proprietress. Back then, he plotted to bait the proprietress to bring Old Bai to a restricted area belonging to Golden Rainbow Province to break through to the Open Heaven Realm, then take the opportunity to besiege the proprietress and kill her. Old Bai's breakthrough had indeed been disrupted, and the proprietress had been thrown into a difficult situation. Fortunately, Yang Kai had World Source Liquid with him, which rescued Old Bai from certain death and allowed him to successfully break through. Qi Jin naturally knew that Yang Kai had a deep relationship with the proprietress, as did Kong Feng. It was for this reason that Kong Feng recruited Qi Jin to join the attack on Voidland this time. The enemy of one's enemy was an ally, and Qi Jin certainly was more than willing to cooperate with Kong Feng. Not only was Golden Rainbow Province recruited, but Boundless Altar was here too. After Qi Jin volunteered himself, Ling Chun Chiu of Boundless Altar also stood forward. The enmity between these two and the proprietress was inextricable. The proprietress even made a heart demon oath that until she wiped out their headquarters, she would never advance to 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. The proprietress had not tried to follow through on her oath because it was hard for her to accomplish it alone. Although she was a peak 6th Order Master and had outstanding combat capability, it was still too much for her to destroy 2 second-class great forces, Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar, alone. Therefore, although Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu had witnessed the proprietress heart demon oath with their own eyes, they had not worried much about it. However, after seeing the powerful heritage of Void Land, a strong sense of crisis could not help rising in their hearts. In the past, Lan Yuro had not taken action because she lacked the necessary power, but since Yang Kai had a close relationship with Lan Yuro, if this group of Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Land joined her, both Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar would stand no chance to resist. They did not have a grand array like the 9 heavenly layers to defend themselves. As such, among the many great forces here, other than Kong Feng and Luan Baifeng, Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu were the people most motivated to take down Voidland. Old Hong did not expect that these two would respond to his call so enthusiastically, for he just shouted casually without hoping for any results. But no matter what, it was better to have more forces. As such, he immediately smiled. With the help of Brother Qi and Brother Ling, this Hong can rest assured. Given the examples of Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar, the other great forces naturally could not stay silent any longer. Furthermore, Heavenly Sword Union was still looming over them threateningly. So others immediately sent out troops one after another. Soon, the 100 Sect Alliance dispatched nearly 5,000 people in total. It was a large number with a few hundred Open Heaven Realm Masters leading the charge. Although there were only 5 or 6 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them, there were plenty in the 3rd and 4th orders. Kong Feng let out a soft breath, looked at the thousands of people, and shouted sonorously, "If we can break this grand array today, all of you will be meritorious contributors and this Union Master will not mistreat you. After entering the grand array this time, do not aim to kill the enemy, just prioritize protecting yourselves. We just need to trigger the grand array for a stick of incense worth of time, and Warden Luan will be able to break the array." The crowd agreed with a roar, led by Qi Jin, Ling Chunqiu, and the other masters. With these thousands of cultivators gathering together, their courage and confidence was greatly bolstered. Somehow, the grand array did not feel that scary to them anymore. Kong Feng waved his hand. "Go!" Upon receiving the command, thousands of people rushed into the grand array. As Kong Feng ordered, they did not attempt to kill the enemy after entering the grand array, but hurriedly activated their protective artifacts and techniques before surging their strength to trigger the grand array. Previously, only about 100 people from Azure Cloud's temple took the lead into the grand array. Their number was far too small, so it only took a short while for Chen Tianfei to wipe them out, resulting in very little change in the grand array. However, with thousands of infiltrators rushing into it, the grand array kept displaying various transformations, and Luan Baifeng quickly inspected these details with her piercing purple eyes. In Voidland, Yang Kai saw thousands of people charging into the grand array, but instead of panicking, he revealed a cold smile and ordered faintly, "Elder Fan!" At the front of hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters, Fan Wu Xian stepped forward and cupped his fist. "Sect Master!" Fan Wu Xian was also a cultivator of Abundance City. He was just a deacon back in Abundance City, and it was he who captured Yang Kai and Chu Huashang back then. However, he had condensed Fifth Order elements, and had now broken through to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, becoming a member of Voidland's Elder Council. When they rescued Lu Shui and the others earlier, Voidland had deployed all of its Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters except for him. This could not be helped because someone needed to stay behind to lead the 300 or so Open Heaven Realm Masters Voidland had. After being called by Yang Kai, he hurriedly came forward. Yang Kai turned to look at him. "It's your turn." Fan Wu Xian's expression hardened and replied in a deep voice, "Yes." Similar to Kong Feng's order, Yang Kai advised, "There are quite a large number of enemies this time, and there should be several Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them. You must be careful. Prioritize protecting yourselves rather than quickly killing the enemies. Never underestimate them. You are all my Voidland's precious talents. Losing any of you would be a great loss to us all." Fan Wu Xian responded, "Don't worry, Sect Master. I will bring everyone back alive." Yang Kai nodded. With a wave of Fan Wu Xian's hand, the 300-plus Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland soared into the sky and disappeared into the Grand Array. Yang Kai held the Array Jade in his hand and surged his divine sense, cooperating with the 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters as he guided them to their targets while creating opportunities for them to kill the enemy. The 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array had the same bewildering effect on allies as well as enemies. Without Xianxia's guidance, Fan Wuxian and the others would also lose all sense of direction. However, it was different if Xianxia shielded and guided them. In the bewildering array, the enemies lost all sense of direction, so under the current situation, although Fan Wuxian's group was outnumbered, they were not in great danger as they were all Open Heaven Realm Masters and had the support of the Grand Array. Just 10 breaths of time after the 300 or so Open Heaven Realm Masters entered the Grand Array, mangled dead bodies began to rain down onto Void Land one after another from the sky like dumplings. The scene was both gruesome and spectacular to witness. The 100 Sect Alliance had deployed nearly 5,000 people, which was quite a large number. Among them were hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters. With such a lineup, any ordinary second-class great force would not be an opponent at all. These people came with high morale, and under the leadership of numerous Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they plunged into the Grand Array from multiple directions. Immediately, they were surrounded by rolling fog which obscured their vision and severely suppressed their divine senses. Anyone below the Open Heaven Realm became essentially blind, while even the Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could only inspect the situation within a radius of 300 meters around themselves. However, they kept in mind Kong Feng's orders, summoned their defensive artifacts immediately, and kept moving around, sending out probing attacks to disturb the Grand Array so that Luan Baifeng could investigate its reactions and trace its structure. A group of people from Heaven's Border gathered around Old Hong. He wanted them to huddle together to keep a lookout for each other. It was extremely dangerous for them to disperse given the current situation. However, within 10 breaths after rushing into the bewildering array, Old Hong realized that his group was getting smaller and smaller. His heart sank and was about to open his mouth to rally his forces when he heard a sudden outburst of screams from all directions. It was the obvious and abrupt sound of death. Old Hong, who had killed plenty of people in the past, knew these cries very well. It was obvious that his forces had been ambushed by Voidland. "Follow me. Don't panic," Old Hong roared loudly, but by now there were only 3 people left around him. Old Hong was a 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, so his divine sense was able to extend a few dozen meters into the surroundings. However, if they were really ambushed, such a minuscule distance would not be sufficient for them to respond effectively. Suddenly, an unusually aggressive force rushed towards them from the side. Old Hong's face paled and shouted, "Defend yourselves." At the same time, he slammed a palm towards that direction, sending out a burst of world force. He came in contact with the incoming assaulter lightly before quickly retreating, not stopping until he was at least several dozen meters away. His face changed abruptly as he called out in alarm, "Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm." He had realized that the one who attacked him was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. "My predestined time has come," he cried out silently. He was just a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so how was there any hope of surviving this crisis? Cursing Kong Feng silently in his heart, Old Hong did not dare to let down his guard and urged his defensive artifact to its maximum. Another series of screams echoed, and Old Hong could not help but feel his heart bleed. Although the screams were short-lived, he could clearly distinguish that the voices belonged to the low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heaven's Border who had until recently been with him. How could a few low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters survive the assault of a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? They had all ended up on a one-way trip to the Yellow Springs. Old Hong ground his teeth as he turned around to flee. However, the surging clouds and mists heavily obscured his vision. Knowing that if he did not leave this place, he would die, he fled randomly. Not far behind him, Fan Wuxian looked at his silhouette with a frown. Unlike Old Hong, he and the others had Yang Kai's assistance, which allowed them to come and go freely in this grand array without much restriction to their senses. As such, he was able to clearly see where Old Hong was fleeing. Fan Wuxian had just advanced into the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm and had not fully adapted to his new strength, making it impossible for him to unleash his full potential. Nevertheless, he was still a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If he decided to be ruthless and pursued Old Hong doggedly, the latter would not be able to escape death. However, this would inevitably waste a lot of time. Rather than stubbornly chase after Old Hong, it would be better to kill more low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. There were quite a lot of enemies this time, so many they could be seen wherever he looked. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Fan Wu Xian rushed to the side and another scream erupted from that direction soon after. Old Hong was terrified and fled forward like a headless fly without knowing how far he had escaped. Suddenly, a fierce attack came from the front. At the same time a voice boomed, "Die, bastard." Old Hong froze for a moment but quickly recovered to respond to the blow. Unfortunately for Old Hong, he was not fast enough and was struck by the blow, sending him tumbling as his blood churned unsteadily. Without waiting for the opponent to strike again, he shouted, "Brother Qi." A couple kilometers away, Qi Jin stopped and called out, "Old Hong. It really is Brother Qi." Old Hong was overjoyed and rushed forward. Sure enough, after a while, Qi Jin appeared in front of him. The two looked at each other and sighed when they realized that they were alone. Old Hong inquired, "Brother Qi, are you able to see through the mysteries of this array?" Brother Qi shook his head. "It's difficult. This array is extremely profound, and this Qi is not very proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays. How could I see through it?" Old Hong looked aggrieved. "Does that mean we really have to wait for Warden Luan to rescue us?" Being trapped in this grand array, it was impossible for them to escape even if they wanted to, and the only hope was for Luan Baifeng to crack the array as soon as possible and rescue them. Qi Jin replied, "Warden Luan is renowned throughout the 3,000 worlds, and Union Master Kong specially invited her to help out, so she is certainly capable. We can only trust in her for now. You and I should not separate. We need to keep a lookout for each other to avoid disaster." Old Hong nodded deeply. Brother Qi is right, but there are a lot of mid-rank open heaven realm masters in Voidland. You and I are too weak to face them, so it would be better if we could find Brother Ling and the others. Good. Qi Jin agreed. The two immediately began moving together as they searched for Ling Chunqiu and other allies. But after a while, Old Hong suddenly turned pale. "Brother Qi, did you hear that?" Qi Jin frowned and listened intently for a moment before his face changed and he sighed deeply. "I don't know how many will survive this battle." The screams all around were obviously not as dense as before, but rather scattered. This situation undoubtedly meant that the nearly 5,000 people who poured into the array had already suffered heavy casualties. Otherwise, it would never have been the case. The 100 Sect Alliance suffered heavy casualties. 5,000 people rushed in, but more than half had died in less than half a stick of incense. Although Voidland only dispatched 300 people, all of them were open heaven realm masters. Although the 100 Sect Alliance had the numerical advantage, only a few hundred of them were open heaven realm masters, and in addition to being trapped in the bewildering array, they were forced into an extremely passive situation. This battle was almost a one-sided slaughter. Voidland did not suffer much, except for a few wounded low-rank open heaven realm masters who retreated hurriedly. No one had been killed so far. Given enough time, Voidland would certainly have no problem wiping out these invaders. Yang Kai looked up into the sky, his eyes fixed on Heavenly Sword Union's ship. He was not looking at Kong Feng, but rather was staring at Luan Baifeng instead. Seeing this woman's abnormal movements, Yang Kai figured she had cultivated some kind of profound secret technique and was using it to spy on the mysteries of the Grand Array. He was not afraid that Luan Baifeng might discover something, but rather that she would not be good enough to see through any of the mysteries of the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array. If that was the case, his next plan could not be implemented. The 100 Sect Alliance had the audacity to attack them this time, so if they did not retaliate fiercely, what would happen to Voidland's reputation? How could they let the cave heavens and paradises, who were watching from the shadows, know that they were not to be trifled with? It was not Yang Kai's intention to slaughter thousands of people. However, Kong Feng, the mastermind, had to die. If someone dared to mess with Voidland, then he would destroy them by any means necessary. However, Kong Feng was a 6th-order open heaven realm master. If Yang Kai wanted to kill him, he had to lure him into a trap. The massacre in the bewildering array was just the first step. Just when Yang Kai was considering whether to make it easier for them, Luan Baifeng suddenly frowned and the purple glow in her eyes dimmed as she let out a soft sigh. Seeing this, Kong Feng, who had been observing her closely, quickly asked, "Junior Sister Luan, what happened?" Luan Baifeng pursed her lips and smirked. "Union Master Kong, order the troops to attack." Kong Feng was overjoyed. Junior Sister Luan is indeed amazing. But this 9 heavenly layers grand array probably has many other tricks, not just this bewildering array. Luan Baifeng replied, "Of course I know this, but as long as this bewildering array is broken, it will be a simple competition of strength." Kong Feng pondered for a while, then nodded in agreement. Junior sister Luan is right. He no longer hesitated, amplifying his voice as he shouted, "This devil spawn's grand array will soon be destroyed. Everyone, follow this Union Master to claim victory." Everyone was delighted when they heard these words. No one knew what was happening inside after sending troops into the grand array, and would naturally be worried about the safety of their disciples. Knowing that the array was about to be broken was great news to them. While Kong Feng's booming voice echoed across the void, Luan Baifeng had already summoned more than 10 array flags and plates, performing a set of hand seals. Each and every of the array flag and array plate disappeared swiftly into the grand array. Forming a final set of seals, Luan Baifeng clapped her hands together before pulling them apart. As her hands moved, as though a great invisible force was acting, a hole was opened in the grand array, revealing void land. The bewildering array of the 9 heavenly layers grand array was broken. Seeing this situation, the morale of the 100 Sect Alliance was greatly boosted. But after seeing the situation inside the array, anger began to boil within them. This was because at this moment, there were less than 1,000 cultivators alive within the array. Nearly 5,000 people had entered just a stick of incense ago, but in this short period of time, nearly 80% had fallen. The fellow brothers, relatives, and lovers of the fallen who saw this were enraged. If everyone had only come here to besiege Void Land because of the pressure from Heavenly Sword Union earlier, now a true blood feud had been formed between them and Void Land. Aboard Heavenly Sword Union's ship, Kong Feng, who sat firmly on his seat, only uttered a single word, "Kill!" All the ships rushed towards Void Land upon receiving the command. Inside Void Land, Xianxia raised his brow and sincerely praised, "This woman really has some skills. It's likely her attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays are even greater than those of Grandmaster Wu Liang. If she was not incredibly capable, there would have been no way for her to crack the bewildering array in such a short time." The difficulty between arranging an array and cracking one was very different. With the same achievements in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, cracking an array was undoubtedly a lot more troublesome than arranging one. However, given that Luan Baifeng could crack the bewildering array of the 9 heavenly layers in just a stick worth of incense, she certainly had great attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. "Who is that woman?" Xianxia mumbled softly. "She should be the Black Prison's warden, Luan Baifeng." Yuhi spoke next to him. Xianxia turned his head to look. "Why are you here? Heal your wounds quickly. There will be a tougher battle ahead." When Yuhi, Mo Mei, and the others rescued Lu Shui, Yun Xinghua, and the rest, most of them were injured on the way back, not to mention the destruction of her artifact had also caused backlash to Yuhi's soul. This was why Xianxia ordered Fan Wu Xian to lead the 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters into battle so that Yuhi and the others could recover from their injuries. Yuhi shook her head slowly. "I'm fine now. The spirit pills provided by young master are very effective." Xianxia looked at her and saw that she didn't appear to be distressed, so he did not insist. In order to let Yuhi and the others recover in the shortest time possible, he had passed out the spirit pills that he brought back from the Blood Monster Divine Palace. These spirit pills were of exceptional grade and all had pill veins, so they naturally had potent medicinal efficacy. The Black Prison's warden? Xianxia raised his brow and vaguely recalled that there was such a great force in 3,000 worlds. But he did not know much about the Black Prison. Yuhi continued, "The environment of the Black Prison is extremely hostile and is filled with countless natural spirit arrays. Even a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would not dare to enter the depths of the Black Prison recklessly, but Luan Baifeng can roam within it like a fish in water. She is unique in her own way." Yuhi did not recognize Luan Baifeng at the beginning, for they had never met before after all. However, there were not many such powerful female 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the 3,000 worlds. Furthermore, given that she had great attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, Yuhi could easily guess her identity. Xianxia nodded lightly and grinned. "I really have to thank her this time." During their conversation, the enemy forces, including their 100-plus flight-type artifacts, had charged towards Voidland at full speed. Across the endless void, Kong Feng stood on the deck of his ship and bellowed solemnly with fury burning in his eyes. Yang Kai, your death has come. Yang Kai withdrew his smiling face and replied furiously, Old dog Kong Feng, my void land and your heavenly sword union are irreconcilable. Kong Feng guffawed. A beat dog still dares to bark wildly. Just watch how this union master wipes out your void land today. After saying so, he swung his hand to kill. The flight-type artifacts of the 100 Sect Alliance charged straight at Voidland, while the cultivators who survived the bewildering array also returned to their respective forces with lingering fear and boiling anger. All of a sudden, the 100 Sect Alliance morale rose to new heights. Yang Kai looked flustered. He grabbed the array jade in his hand and roared, Activate the array! When the words fell, a buzzing noise suddenly was emitted from the entire spirit province. The world trembled for a while, and an umbrella artifact flew out from the depth of the earth, rose into the sky, and transformed into a light curtain that enveloped the entire void land. It was the defensive grand array of 9 heavenly layers with its array core, the heavenly net umbrella. Yang Kai invested a lot of resources into this heavenly net umbrella. Through the proprietress, he met Grandmaster Mafan and hired him to refine this array artifact for Voidland. It possessed incredibly strong protective strength. As soon as this array was activated, the entire Voidland became as solid as gold. The light barrier that wrapped around Voidland was extremely sturdy, and for a moment, the 100 Sect Alliance did not notice it and smashed headlong into it one after another, hindered from crossing to the other side. Kong Feng laughed as he shouted, Still acting stubborn even when your time is up? Do you think this Union Master cannot do anything about this tortoise shell? Break it for me. At Kong Feng's command, nearly 10,000 cultivators from the 100 Sect Alliance launched attack after attack, using their artifacts and secret techniques to bombard the light barrier. As the 9 heavenly layers grand array was being arranged, Grandmaster Wu Liang introduced its many wonderful functions to Yang Kai. He once boasted that the Grand Array was sturdy enough to handle attacks from 10 peak mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters for 10 days and 10 nights without a problem. Could be seen that the Grand Array was truly powerful. However, at this moment, far more than 10 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were attacking the Grand Array at the same time. Although the 100 Sect Alliance lost nearly 4,000 people in the bewildering array, with dozens of Open Heaven Realm Masters falling as well, they were not doomed yet. At this moment, their combined attacks shook the world. Even though the power of those cultivators below the Open Heaven realm was limited, there was a large number of them. Just like how many ants could bite an elephant to death, even if weak individual attacks could not play a decisive role, they could wear down the power of the Grand Array bit by bit. Streams of light flew out all across the sky, turning into sharp and violent attacks, colliding on the light barrier of the Grand Array, sending ripples across its surface in all directions. The light of the Grand Array faded rapidly, but Voidland could do nothing about it. Kong Feng sneered. He's running out of tricks. If it was not as a last resort, why would the brat surnamed Yang activate his defensive Grand Array? He obviously ran out of options. Earlier, Kong Feng was worried that Voidland might still have more cards up its sleeves. But when he saw Yang Kai activating the defensive Grand Array, he was immediately relieved. It seemed that he had overestimated the ability of this Grand Array. He looked down coldly and saw Yang Kai clenching his fists, his eyes seemingly about to pop out of their sockets as the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. He looked angry and nervous, which further confirmed Kong Feng's judgment. Luan Bai Feng frowned slightly as she warned, Union Master Kong, stay alert. Kong Feng raised his hand. How can a trivial void land stand against the might of our 100 Sect Alliance? Earlier, we suffered a loss because this brat had the defender's advantage. Junior Sister Luan, just wait for the good news. When this defensive array is broken, you may collect all the captives you want. Hearing this, Luan Bai Feng spoke no more and just nodded lightly. Her eyes lingered on Yu He and Mo Mei as she secretly pondered whether it would be worthwhile to try to capture these 2 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, even if she wanted to do so, she did not have much confidence unless... Luan Bai Feng looked at Yang Kai again and licked her red lips, making for an alluring sight. The light barrier of the Grand Array dimmed progressively as countless attacks rained down on it, forming endless indents. After a cup of tea's time, cracks started to form on the light barrier of the Grand Array. Almost time, Xianxia mumbled to himself. If they continued to fight like this, the heavenly net umbrella would probably be damaged. This artifact cost a fortune to refine, so Xianxia was truly reluctant to lose it in this battle. He turned to look at Yuhi, and Yuhi also looked at him at the same time. After exchanging looks, as if their hearts were connected, they nodded slightly at each other. The next moment, Xianxia stealthily performed a hand seal. With a bang, the light barrier that shrouded the exterior of Voidland suddenly burst into pieces, turned into little fluorescent lights, and disappeared. The 100 Sect Alliance, which had been attacking ferociously, were dumbstruck at first when they saw this phenomenon, but soon they let out a thunderous cheer. Kong Feng pointed forward as he roared through his clenched jaws. Kill! There was no obstacle ahead, so the 100 flight-type artifacts charged into Voidland furiously. Under the command of Kong Feng, Heavenly Sword Union rushed straight towards Xianxia's location, obviously attempting to capture him first. Looking at each other across the air, the panic and tension on Xianxia's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a smirk. Kong Feng was stunned for a moment before a sense of crisis rose from the depth of his heart, as if something terrible was about to happen. Luan Baifeng, who stood beside him, was alarmed too and shouted, "Union Master Kong, be careful! It's a trap!" Nevertheless, even if they realized that there was a trap at this moment, they could not turn back. The 100 Sect Alliance was diving recklessly towards Voidland, their formation in complete disarray. It was simply impossible to reorganize them in short order. Kong Feng ground his teeth and world force exploded from him as he personally steered his ship. The vessel immediately turned into a stream of light that shot forward. At the same time, Xianxia lifted his hand and the array jade floated in front of him. Yuhi appeared beside him in a flash, and both of them formed a set of hand seals with solemn looks on their faces, sending streams of light into the array jade one after another. After just 3 breaths of time, Xianxia bellowed, "Start the array again!" Chi 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 chi. The air crackled as tens of thousand streams of light overshadowing the world abruptly emerged from the depths of Voidland. Each of these streams of light emitted wild energy fluctuations suffused with thick murderous intent. Previously, Old Hong suffered a great loss in the bewildering array. The Heaven's Border disciples he led were all dead or critically injured, leaving only him alone trying to survive. He felt dreadfully humiliated, but when the defensive Grand Array of Voidland was broken and a smooth path was revealed ahead, Old Hong was overjoyed, especially when he saw Xianxia, who was close in front of him, frustrated and panicking. At Kong Feng's command, Old Hong was the first to rush forward, driving Heaven's Border's ship, attempting to force Voidland to pay for his humiliation. But as soon as the countless streams of light appeared in front of him, Old Hong could not help but freeze in shock. He looked up, and when he figured out what those streams of light were, his face instantly turned pale and his eyes almost popped out of its sockets. Turn back now," he exclaimed in a cracking voice. Every stream of light was an artifact. Tens of thousands of the streams of light meant tens of thousands of artifacts. It was the offensive Grand Array of 9 heavenly layers. The offensive functions of the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array set up by Grandmaster Wu Liang consisted of 3 parts, and this was only the first. Back then, Xianxia had gained an enormous number of space rings in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. In addition to what he had obtained from 7 Wonders Land after that, he now possessed countless artifacts. These artifacts were mostly useless to him, but it was too much of a waste to discard them. He could certainly earn some fortune by selling them, but using them to arrange this offensive array was a better option. Xianxia naturally could not control tens of thousands of artifacts alone. Even Yuhi, a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, was powerless to do so. However, it was different with the support of the Grand Array. Yuhi had refined the array jade before. After all, Xianxia would not always be in Voidland, so when he was away, Yuhi had control over the 9 heavenly layers. The defensive Grand Array that Xianxia triggered earlier functioned autonomously, so it only needed to be activated, allowing him to do so himself. However, the offensive Grand Array needed to be actively controlled, so he required Yuhi's assistance. At this moment, Kong Feng realized that Yang Kai had baited them by acting as though he was at a disadvantage and was forced to activate the defensive Grand Array. However, he figured it out too late. He secretly cursed Yang Kai for being so deceitful. Instead of retreating, which was clearly impossible now, he ground his teeth and increased the speed of his ship. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master, he had outstanding insight and possessed an exceptionally keen battle sense. There were only 2 sixth-order open heaven realm masters in Voidland, and they were both injured earlier. Since he was busy activating the Array Jade, Mo was the only one he needed to pay attention to. If he could rush to Yang Kai and have Luan Bai Feng tie down Mo, he could easily capture Yang Kai and control the whole situation. At worst, he could disrupt his focus so the Grand Array would no longer function properly. Considering all this in an instant, Kong Feng decided to act boldly. In such a situation, how could Yang Kai not have predicted his plan, though? Following a cold snort, Yang Kai swung his hand, and a good portion of the tens of thousands of streams of light immediately changed directions towards Heavenly Sword Union's ship, while the rest continued their bombardment of the 100-sect alliance like a meteor shower. As soon as the flight-type artifacts of various great forces noticed the dire situation they were in, they rapidly retreated and activated their own defensive arrays. For a moment, innumerable flashes of multicolored light illuminated the sky. A moment later, the endless streams of light enveloped all the flight-type artifacts of the 100-sect alliance with a rumbling boom. Although the 100-sect alliance brought over by Kong Feng had large numbers, their strength was inconsistent. Most of them were third-class great forces, so how powerful would their flight-type artifacts be? As soon as they clashed, the defensive arrays of the more than a dozen ships at the head of the charge broke. As more streams of light flooded in, these ships were all torn to pieces, severely wounding and killing all the cultivators aboard. The streams of light continued to shuttle forward, blasting into the shields of the other flight-type artifacts, all of which shook dangerously and flickered precariously. All of the cultivators on these artifacts held their breath nervously. Fortunately, they quickly found that despite the seemingly ferocious wave of attacks from Voidland, it was not as terrifying as they initially imagined. The power of the tens of thousands of streams of lights varied greatly, so the damage caused by them was limited as well. Of course, the most important thing was that they still had the numerical advantage, allowing the damage to be distributed among all of them. The situation was still within a manageable range. Even so, more than 20 flight-type artifacts of the 100-sect alliance were smashed after the first wave of attacks, with nearly 2,000 cultivators dying all at once. The shattered pieces of the artifacts and cultivators filled the sky and rained down in an extremely gory scene. Before the survivors could regroup, though, the streams of light that shuttled through their formation turned around sharply and struck at them again. Everyone was appalled, and quickly scattered to avoid the barrage. At the same time, lights continued to flicker around Heavenly Sword Union's ship. Thousands of artifacts bombarded it, but they were all blocked by the defensive array. As a top-tier second-class great force, and given that Heavenly Sword Union's ship was Kong Feng's personal vessel, it certainly was superior to the other flight-type artifacts here, and possessed exceedingly powerful protective ability. However, no matter how strong a defense was, it could not withstand continuous and uninterrupted attacks forever. If the defensive grand array of 9 heavenly layers could be broken, what more need be said about the defensive array of a mere ship? When Heavenly Sword Union's ship was only several tens of kilometers away from Yang Kai, the light barrier that protected it shattered to pieces, and everyone on the ship was exposed to the attacks from the 9 heavenly layers grand array. But that was close enough. Several dozen kilometers might seem far at a glance, but to a sixth-order open heaven realm master like Kong Feng, it was practically within arm's reach. Aboard his ship, Kong Feng clenched his teeth and roared, "Brat! Let's see if you can survive this time." As he shouted, he and Luan Bai Feng used secret techniques at the same time to push back the surrounding streams of light. Then he stretched out to grab at Yang Kai, while Luan Bai Feng locked her divine sense onto Mo firmly, so that she would not interfere with the situation. As long as Kong Feng could catch Yang Kai, they would win this battle, and she would be able to harvest all the captives at will. Facing the incoming blow from Kong Feng, Yang Kai did not panic. His cold gaze still firmly planted on his enemy. Yang Kai and he changed their hand seals together, and the next moment, he lifted his hand high, clenched his fist tightly and bellowed, "Start the array, Wang." A buzz echoed loudly throughout Void Land as the entire spirit province trembled. From the void, a sensational aura was suddenly born. With the appearance of this aura, threads of sword chi as thin as hairs permeated the entire Void Land, seemingly slicing through the world itself. At this moment, whether friend or foe, everyone felt sharp pain on their skin as if there were invisible blades cutting their body. Kong Feng widened his eyes, staring at a column of light that emerged from the depths of Void Land blankly, and exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Regarding the grand array of Void Land, he had witnessed the bewildering array, the defensive grand array, and the offensive grand array. He thought that was everything, but only now did he realize that this grand array literally had more layers to it. Although there was only one stream of light this time, which was far less spectacular and magnificent than the tens of thousands of streams of light earlier, Kong Feng dared not look down on it. Previously, the streams of light were only large in number, but their real offensive power was not great. If this wasn't the case, he wouldn't have been able to plow through them to approach Yang Kai. It was precisely because he knew that Heavenly Sword Union's ship could withstand such a bombardment that he decided to advance instead of retreat. However, the beam of light in front of him was different. Even a sixth-order open heaven realm master like Kong Feng felt threatened. If he was hit by this stream of light, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. That stream of light was a mass of pure white sword chi. It was only 10 meters long, but it gave off an aura that seemed capable of splitting worlds. Heavenly Executioner's Sword. Similar to the Heavenly Net Umbrella, this sword was Grandmaster Ma Fan's creation, a powerful weapon tailored for Voidland to protect the sect. Neither the Heavenly Executioner's Sword nor the Heavenly Net Umbrella was an artifact that could be controlled by an individual cultivator, because they would both consume an extraordinary amount of energy. They were designed to be supported by grand arrays. The 9 heavenly layers grand array was completed not too long ago, so it had not accumulated much starlight strength yet. Whether it was to activate the defensive grand array or offensive grand array, energy was required. Once this energy was consumed, the power of the 9 heavenly layers grand array would be greatly weakened. Therefore, Yang Kai purposely tricked the enemy into coming deeper by acting at a disadvantage, also that he could fully utilize the grand array's limited energy supply. At this moment when the Heavenly Executioner's Sword was unleashed, Heavenly Sword Union's ship became his first target, and Yang Kai was determined to take down Kong Feng. Kong Feng's face turned pale. The defensive array of his ship had been broken, so he did not have anything to shield him from the incoming attack. He wanted to dodge, but if he did, everyone from Heavenly Sword Union he brought along would be doomed. Therefore, even if he realized the horror of this sword, he could not avoid it. Grinding his teeth, and bellowed, "Junior Sister Luan, help me!" As he shouted, world force erupted from his figure and he raised his hands up to the sky, as if he was trying to hold it up and stop it from collapsing on him. Luan Baifeng secretly cursed Kong Feng for his incompetence in gathering intelligence. She never expected to face such a powerful foe here. If she knew it would end like this, she would never have waded into these muddy waters. But right now, she and Kong Feng were on the same boat, so how could she sit back and let it sink? Enduring the heartache she felt, she summoned 3 array plates and poured her world force into them. With a flick of her hand, the 3 array plates turned into 3 light barriers, shielding Heavenly Sword Union's ship. She was a spirit array grandmaster, so naturally she had some array plates on her for emergencies. The 3 array plates contained exceptionally powerful defensive arrays. If she still could not resist the sword with these, she could only quickly escape. As for Kong Feng, his fate would be up to the heavens to decide. Other than Kong Feng and Luan Baifeng, there were still quite a number of Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heavenly Sword Union aboard the ship, so at this moment, they all put everything they had into defending against this sword. Sword light flashed as it slashed directly onto the ship. With a sky-rending screech, the 3 layers of protection shrouding the ship exploded to pieces and disappeared into flashes of light. Even the 3 array plates were reduced to dust in a single strike. The sword chi strike continued forward, and as soon as it landed on the ship, cultivators with lower cultivation exploded into blood mist without being able to say a word. While the Open Heaven Realm Masters were all thrown out, many of them heavily injured and coughing blood continuously. Kong Feng's face paled slightly as even he was forced back 2 steps, the world force coming from his body fluctuating erratically. Fear etched on his face while Luan Baifeng looked incredibly gloomy. On the other side, Yang Kai was so annoyed he couldn't help cursing. This was the first time he had activated the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, and he was completely satisfied with all the transformations and powers it displayed. His past sacrifices had finally paid off today. The power of Heavenly Executioner's Sword was beyond his expectation, and if not for Luan Baifeng interfering, Kong Feng would definitely be seriously injured even if he did not die. But at the critical moment, Luan Baifeng used 3 array plates to protect them. Yang Kai glared at Luan Baifeng, wishing he could gnaw her to death. Without hesitation, Yang Kai made a hand seal again, and Yuhi quickly cooperated with him. At the same time, she transmitted a divine sense message to Yang Kai. Young Master, the energy consumption of the Grand Array is too great. I'm afraid it won't last long. Yang Kai replied in a deep voice, I know. Noticing the sword chi condensing again, Kong Feng's expression immediately changed. As soon as his power surged, he drove the ship around to escape. He was truly frightened by the sword chi's previous attack. Seeing this, Yang Kai could not help putting a weird look on his face and stopped his action. He wanted to slash Kong Feng with another sword chi wave because there was no way Luan Baifeng could have so many defensive array plates with her. Even if she managed to help block the strike once, she could not do so a second time. But Kong Feng actually chose to run away. Yang Kai guffawed. There was a way to the heavens, but you refused to take it, and chose to enter the gates of hell instead. Old dog Kong Feng, you truly court death today. While remarking so, he put his hands on his back and grinned at the Heavenly Sword Union ship that was running away. Heavenly Sword Union was not the only one escaping, all the surviving 100-sect alliance ships were too. Although they came in high spirits, their morale instantly dropped after being attacked by Voidland's offensive Grand Arrays. Now, there were only about 70 flight-type artifacts from the 100-plus that came. More than 30 ships had been destroyed and countless casualties were suffered. It was not only animals that had the instinct to run away from calamity, but humans too. They naturally wanted to escape, and many ran even earlier and faster than Kong Feng. However, before the 100-sect alliance could escape Voidland, thick clouds rapidly permeated ahead of them. They did not notice it at first and entered the fog bank one after another. For a moment, they could not see anything, and their divine senses were suppressed to a great extent. They lost their sense of direction just like headless flies. Why does this situation look so familiar? This was clearly the bewildering array at the periphery of Voidland. Earlier, they were obstructed by this bewildering array when they came in from the outside, but Luan Baifeng managed to crack it, allowing them to invade. Everyone was appalled. They could not understand how this array could be reactivated again after it was cracked. Kong Feng was clueless too. On the ship, he turned to Luan Baifeng and bellowed, Junior Sister Luan, what is happening? Luan Baifeng's stunning face turned sullen. We fell into that brat's trap again. He must have intentionally deactivated the bewildering array before. She thought that she had cracked the bewildering array of Voidland, but by the looks of it now, the little bastard must have tricked her by removing it as she was working on it, luring them into the lion's den. Since they attempted to escape now, he certainly could reactivate the bewildering array to stop them from running away. Upon this realization, Luan Baifeng clenched her pristine teeth so hard that they almost cracked. As the Black Prison's warden, she had never been fooled like this before in her life. She was maddened with rage. Kong Feng asked anxiously, Junior Sister, do you think you can crack the array? I'll try. Luan Baifeng replied with a solemn face, not daring to be too confident. It was not like she gained nothing from observing the tremendous transformations of the bewildering array from the outside earlier. She found some details about the bewildering array, and she might be able to succeed if she focused on cracking it. Her beautiful violet eyes flickered again as she stared at the grand array intently. Shortly, Luan Baifeng frowned deeply. She vaguely found that this bewildering array seemed to be dissimilar to the one she had previously cracked, but she could not tell the difference. With her extraordinary attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays, Luan Baifeng could tell that the bewildering array this time was truly different from that of earlier. The bewildering array earlier only had the might of an independent spirit array, but the bewildering array at this moment. In the mists, two small figures appeared side by side. Pu Bai Xiong patted little mushrooms and announced, "It's time!" And, after a quiet but firm response, little mushroom shook her body lightly and countless tiny spores undetectable by divine sense spread out, quickly integrating into the grand array. The bewildering array of 9 heavenly layers had an array core, and it was a living array core which was Little Mushroom. Little Mushroom was the profound multicolored illusionary mushroom, born with innate hallucinatory powers. Therefore, after the 9 heavenly layers grand array was completed, when Grandmaster Wu Liang introduced its various functions, Yang Kai decided to place Little Mushroom in the bewildering array as its core. When the 100 Sect Alliance launched their first attack, Yang Kai only activated the bewildering array in passive mode and did not unleash its active effects. One of the reasons was to keep its full potential a secret, while the other was to lure the enemy into a trap. Since the enemy was attempting to escape now, it was naturally needless to hide this card anymore. A bewildering array without an array core was just a bewildering array, but once the core was activated, it evolved into an illusion array. There was a great difference between the two, with the latter being an order of magnitude more powerful. As such, Luan Baifeng could not be blamed for not being able to see through it in short order. The countless tiny spores suffused into the grand array, which drastically increased its effectiveness. Many flight-type artifacts were lost in the illusion array, and many cultivators inhaled the spores into their lungs, unaware. Soon, they began to experience hallucinations. Yang Kai was also affected by Little Mushroom in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but he managed to overcome it by relying on his Golden Crow's True Fire and Soul-Warming Lotus. If not for these two factors, he would have suffered a fatal disaster. Although there were still many cultivators left in the 100 Sect Alliance, how many people could resist the hallucinogenic power of the profound multicolored illusionary mushroom? Aboard a certain ship, one cultivator's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. He raised his hand to summon his sword artifact before swinging it down. Blood spurted, and the person who was slashed by the sword stared at his senior brother in disbelief, not understanding what had just happened. On a different ship, a woman fell into a pool of blood and sobbed desperately, "Senior brother, didn't you say you loved me?" Why, before she could finish, another sword light flashed and her head flew up into the sky. Chaos erupted aboard every flight-type artifact almost immediately. The weaker cultivators soon lost their senses and started summoning their artifacts to kill the allies they could no longer recognize. Only the open heaven realm masters could put up some resistance. They surged their world force to protect their bodies as soon as they realized something was wrong. Facing the disciples who charged at them fearlessly, they were instantly caught in a dilemma, for they could not decide whether to kill them or not. From Voidland's side, led by Pang Duo and the others, the 300-plus open heaven realm masters soared up into the sky again and charged into the grand array to start killing. This time, Lu Shui, Yun Xinghua, and the other former captives joined in too. Although they had been imprisoned before, their lives were not in danger, nor were they beaten or tortured. Luan Baifeng had kept them safe, for she needed them to serve as her slaves. Any damage they suffered would be a net loss for her. Furthermore, they consumed spirit pills and rested for a while, so they were almost fully recovered. It was natural for them to feel the need to avenge their previous humiliation. The spectacle of blood and corpses raining endlessly like dumplings dropping into a pot was quite shocking. Aboard Heavenly Sword Union's ship, Kong Feng was as white as a sheet as he stared up at the swirling mists with so much rage he almost coughed up blood. "It's over. It's completely over. My alliance came to attack Voidland confidently, but ended up in such a miserable state. If word of this spreads, what would happen to the reputation of my Heavenly Sword Union? How can there be so many open heaven realm masters in Voidland? How can they all be so powerful? How can there be so many functions to the grand array here?" Kong Feng was sharp-eyed and managed to stop his ship in time, preventing it from falling completely into the illusion array. But now, there were only 7 or 8 ships left outside of the illusion array. These ships noticed the dire situation too and gathered around Heavenly Sword Union seeking some sense of security. Wan Baifeng had given up looking for ways to crack the grand array. Since so many open heaven realm masters from Voidland had rushed inside and started a massacre, there was no way she could help even if she found some flaws in it. However, she was still a sixth-order open heaven realm master who was proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays. She was confident that if she wanted to leave, the grand array of Voidland could not stop her from doing so. However, after coming all the way here, how could she be willing to return home empty-handed? Looking down, Luan Baifeng stated, "Union Master Kong, given the situation now, there's only one solution." Infuriated and red-eyed, Kong Feng asked, "What's that?" Luan Baifeng glanced at Yang Kai. "In order to destroy an army, take the general's head. Although that boy is only an Emperor Realm Junior, it's clear the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland follow his lead without question. If we capture him as a hostage, we can force the others to surrender and turn this situation around." Kong Feng's mind was blinded by rage. Seeing the 100 Sect Alliance suffering great losses and knowing that his Heavenly Sword Union and his reputation would be gravely affected in the future, he had panicked for a moment. However, after listening to Luan Baifeng's suggestion, he instantly came back to his senses. He nodded seriously. "What junior sister Luan says is true, but that brat is guarded by 2 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters." All of the Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland had rushed into the illusion array to slaughter the enemy, leaving only Mo Mei and Yuhi behind to guard Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai was still just an Emperor Realm cultivator who did not have the qualifications to participate in this kind of battle. Luan Baifeng chuckled. Judging from how those two women moved just now, they must have just advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm recently, meaning they still cannot display their full strength. This junior sister can restrain one for you. As for the other one, while speaking, Luan Baifeng turned to look at the ships around them and continued with a faint smile. "We still have so many people. Why should we be afraid of her?" Kong Feng's eyes lit up. He could not help grinning. That brat is too arrogant. He's really courting death. There were so many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, so if he retained some by his side, Kong Feng really wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, now that almost all of the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland had rushed into the illusion array, leaving just the 2 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters back to protect him, this was a great opportunity. Kong Feng swept his eyes across all the Open Heaven Realm Masters still with him and immediately made the deployment. After making the decision, Kong Feng quickly led his remaining people to attack Yang Kai again without delay, not wanting to give time to the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland to return and interfere. His only worry now was the offensive grand array of Voidland. The previous sword light had frightened him greatly. If Luan Baifeng had not summoned 3 defensive array plates at the critical moment, he could have died to that attack, while Heavenly Sword Union's ship would definitely have been destroyed, and his subordinates would have been severely wounded or killed. However, when he thought about it carefully, the energy consumed by such an offensive grand array could not be trivial. Voidland was newly established, and the spirit array must have only been completed recently, so the energy that it had in reserve was probably extremely limited. Since Voidland had operated the grand array so many times already, it probably would not be able to launch another strike again. Even if the energy was sufficient, it may be difficult for Yang Kai, an Emperor Realm Master, to act alone. Kong Feng clearly saw that when the offensive grand array was launched, Yang Kai and Yuhi had worked together to activate it. In other words, as long as they could keep Yuhi occupied and distract her from cooperating with Yang Kai, Kong Feng did not need to have any worries. Yang Kai alone was not a threat. He could easily crush that brat to death with just a finger. From Voidland, Yang Kai looked up and saw that the 8 ships were rushing to him furiously under Kong Feng's lead. That old dog is at his wit's end. He quickly sent a divine sense transmission to Yuhi and Mo Mei. Immediately after, Yuhi shook her head rapidly like a pellet drum and objected, "Young master, no, it's too dangerous." Mo Mei nodded too and advised, "Sect master, all of us Voidland depends on you. If anything were to happen, if Yang Kai died, Voidland would completely collapse." Now that the people who came out of Abundance City finally found a place to call home, how could they take such a risk? Yang Kai chuckled playfully. "How is it dangerous? Don't forget about our Voidland's real trump card. If my life is in danger, I don't believe she will remain a bystander." The true trump card of Voidland was not its 300 new Open Heaven Realm Masters, or even the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, but rather the divine spirit hidden in its depths, Zhu Jiuyin. Yang Kai was unsure how much power this woman could unleash currently, but he was certain that she could definitely match a 7th-order open heaven realm master. Judging by the standards of the 3,000 worlds, a mature divine spirits possess strength at least on par with the high-rank open heaven realm, just like the Golden Crow and Miemeng. It was just that Zhu Jiuyin was a divine spirit that was born and raised in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Although Yang Kai brought her out of that place, due to the differences in world principles between the two worlds, she needed a long period of time to adapt before she could unleash her full strength. It was hard to tell how much she had acclimated by now. As Yang Kai's protector, she took an oath on her source to protect him. Nonetheless, the oath was conditional. Only when Yang Kai's life was in mortal danger would Zhu Jiuyin take action. If Yang Kai was the one who provoked others or he encountered troubles during his adventures outside, Zhu Jiuyin would not care about him. Yang Kai was someone who liked to roam free, a fact Zhu Jiuyin knew well, so she made sure to clearly set out such terms with him. Otherwise, she would have to follow Yang Kai around and guard him at all times. How could she permit such a thing? How could a noble divine spirit, heavenly moon demon spider, become a mere bodyguard? She really did not want to lose her status because of this hateful man. To be honest, Zhu Jiuyin could not wait for Yang Kai to die outside and not return anymore. That way, she could immediately get rid of the constraints of the oath. However, they were in Voidland and it was the 100 Sect Alliance who initiated this battle. Once Yang Kai fell into danger, Zhu Jiuyin would definitely have to do something, otherwise she would suffer from the backlash of her oath. A divine spirit source was their root, foundation, and heritage, a link between them and their ancestral bloodline, so there was no room for carelessness. Although Yang Kai did not notice the presence of Zhu Jiuyin's aura yet, he was sure that this woman had been paying close attention to the battle. With this woman looking after him in the dark, what did Yang Kai need to fear? Although Mo Mei was a recent arrival, she was a full-fledged member of Voidland now and had learned about Zhu Jiuyin from Yuhi before. She knew that there was a mature divine spirit hiding in Voidland, and even though she had never seen her, she immediately understood what Yang Kai was up to after hearing his words. After hesitating for a moment, Yuhi nodded, then young master must be careful. Yang Kai replied, you two should also protect yourselves well. During their conversation, the 8 ships had rushed down under the lead of Heavenly Sword Union. As soon as Kong Feng turned to look at Luan Baifeng, she stretched out her hand and beckoned to Mo Mei with a grin. Such a beautiful little girl. This elder sister likes women like you. Would you like to have a chat with me? With a slight swing of her hand, a powerful world force descended from above Mo Mei. Mo Mei's face turned solemn. She did not dare to stay near Yang Kai to avoid him being involved in this battle. So with a flicker, she rushed straight at Luan Baifeng. The two women made only light movements, but their world forces collided with each other endlessly as they soon moved their battlefield further away. However, Mo Mei had just advanced to the 6th order, so her foundation was not steady yet. After exchanging a few moves with Luan Baifeng, she gradually fell into a disadvantage. Luan Baifeng kept an indifferent look, obviously confident in handling her. The gap between their strength was obvious, but although Luan Baifeng was much stronger than Mo Mei and it was not difficult for her to suppress her, it would still be very hard to capture her alive or kill her, unless Mo Mei made a critical mistake. Kong Feng was overjoyed to see that one of the 2 6th-order open heaven realm masters around Yang Kai was easily lured away by Luan Baifeng. He bellowed solemnly, act according to the plan. All the surrounding open heaven realm masters nodded. On the ship of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin shouted, "You he, for the sake of our many years of friendship, leave now. This Qi will speak for you to Union Master Kong to let you live. Otherwise, don't blame this Qi for not showing due consideration." Ling Chunqiu also advised, "Madam Yu He, one must know how to adapt to their circumstances." It was not surprising that the two had known Yu He for a long time. When they schemed against the proprietress by using Old Bai's breakthrough to the open heaven realm, Yu He was their partner. But at that time, all 3 of them were still 5th-order open heaven realm masters. After obtaining a world fruit, Yu He had risen to the 6th order and now had a brighter future, while Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu were still lingering in the 5th-order open heaven realm. After a cultivator breaks through to the open heaven realm, each improvement in order requires lengthy accumulation, and the higher the order, the longer the time it took. Not everyone could obtain such a heaven-defying treasure like the world fruit. Yuhi snorted coldly. I may be just a simple woman, but whoever wants to harm my young master must go through me first. Foolish stubbornness. Ling Chunqiu felt pity for her. Kong Feng roared lividly. Stop wasting time and attack. At that command, more than 10 figures flew out from the 8 ships and charged at Yuhi together. They were all open heaven realm masters. Among them were 3 fifth orders, while the rest were 3rd and 4th orders. They had a significant numerical advantage, so Yuhi did not dare to take them lightly even though she was a 6th order open heaven realm master. In addition, Kong Feng was eyeing Yang Kai from the side, so she still had to look out for his safety. Therefore, Yuhi instantly fell into a disadvantage. Kong Feng stood on the deck of his ship, observing the battlefield coldly while staring at Yang Kai maliciously. Yang Kai looked flustered. Although he was not in danger under the protection of Yuhi, he was also helpless to do anything. Having weaker cultivation in this case truly put him at the disadvantage. Not long after the battle began, Yang Kai suddenly clenched his teeth and shouted, Yuhi, I'll leave first. Take care of yourself. Yuhi nodded as she executed a palm strike. Young master, you be careful too. Yang Kai nodded. Taking advantage of an opening created by Yuhi, space principles surged and he disappeared with a flicker. Kong Feng's eyes lit up as he guffawed. I've been waiting for this moment. If Yang Kai stuck by Yuhi stubbornly, he could only find a chance to launch a sneak attack on you, to injure her first before capturing Yang Kai. Given that Yang Kai was escaping by himself now though, it was exactly what Kong Feng wanted. It was not difficult for Kong Feng to understand why Yang Kai made this choice. The brat obviously felt that he was dragging Yuhi down, so he decided to retreat. With his attainments in the Tao of space, it was easy for him to flee. However, Kong Feng had firmly locked his divine sense onto Yang Kai, so he instantly noticed his escape. With a wild surge of his divine sense, Kong Feng turned his head to a certain direction, jumped down from his ship, and grabbed at the void. In that direction, a figure appeared faintly, and Yang Kai was suddenly revealed like a ghost. However, before he came to his senses, his body had been wrapped up in a great power, making it feel like a huge mountain was pressing down on him. His bones creaked dangerously, and even his body was bent forcefully in an instant. The power of a 6th order open heaven realm master was simply something he could not resist. Yang Kai remained calm, however. He closed his eyes and mumbled with a sneer, Zhu Jiuyin, if you still don't appear, this junior will die. At that moment, a cold snort reached his ears, one that didn't sound happy in the slightest. It was obviously Zhu Jiuyin's voice, but before Yang Kai had time to celebrate, he heard Zhu Jiuyin's voice. Brat, things are a bit troublesome this time. You'd better watch out for yourself. Ha! Yang Kai was stunned, not understanding what she meant. At the same time, Kong Feng's face changed drastically as he shouted, Who? Just as he was about to capture Yang Kai, a shocking aura suddenly emerged from somewhere in void land. One that was so powerful it terrified him to his bones. Previously, when Yang Kai triggered the offensive array of 9 heavenly layers, Kong Feng was frightened by the potent sword chi. However, at this moment, the aura that appeared was clearly orders of magnitude more powerful than even that sword chi. Voidland still held a trump card, a horrifying master beyond anything he could have imagined. For a moment, Kong Feng felt incredible regret. If he had known that there was such a master protecting Voidland, he would never have been bold enough to come offend them. Whatever the case, it was too late to regret now. Kong Feng secretly cursed. This little bastard. Why did he keep such a master hidden until now? Why didn't he expose them earlier? Was it fun taunting and mocking me this whole time? As he thought about it, it did seem that Yang Kai had been toying with him since he came to this place. Of course, Kong Feng had no idea that if Yang Kai's life was not in danger, Zhu Jiuyin would not make a move even if he called her. While his mind was still spinning with such thoughts, Kong Feng looked up and saw a delicate finger pointing straight at him from somewhere in void land. Although from the outside the finger looked gentle and beautiful, in Kong Feng's eyes it was like an entire world was crashing down on him. Such a strike could only be delivered by a high-rank open heaven realm master. Kong Feng clenched his teeth, and he tried his best to surge his own power, going all out to protect himself. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Even though he knew he was no match for this opponent as a sixth-order open heaven realm master, how could he just stand there waiting to die? As he flew back, Kong Feng channeled whatever strength he could to his fist and punched forward. But everything was in vain before this finger. Kong Feng sprayed out a mouthful of blood and was sent tumbling uncontrollably as a number of his bones broke. The small universe in his body was sent into turmoil, disrupting his world force. Kong Feng was absolutely dumbstruck. This kind of might was beyond what an ordinary seventh-order open heaven realm master could exert with such a casual blow. The person who attacked him either was an eighth-order open heaven realm master, or was not far from reaching that height. Furthermore, Kong Feng vaguely felt something was off about the opponent's aura. However, it was meaningless to think about this now. He was severely hit by this opponent who he stood no chance of opposing at all. Will I be buried in this place today? Kong Feng sighed in his heart. He did not expect that after rising to become a hegemon in the 3,000 worlds, reigning over a peak second-class force for so many years, he would actually end up dying in such a place. Kong Feng was not weak. After all, he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master. However, given that the master hidden in Voidland could severely injure him with just one blow, even though part of the reason was because Kong Feng was caught off guard, it was still enough to show the strength of his attacker. The slender and fair finger that hit Kong Feng from across the sky pierced his defenses like they were paper. Blood spewed out of his mouth, but the power of the attack persisted without weakening. Kong Feng's body kept flying backwards, but that finger chased after him persistently, as if it was determined to kill him at all cost. Seeing this situation, goosebumps rose all over his body and his pupils shrunk to the size of needles. He continuously threw his fists out, trying to neutralize the power of the approaching finger. However, everything was in vain. Seeing that the finger continued to press towards him, Kong Feng was dreadfully depressed and infuriated. If he had known that there was such a master in Voidland and was prepared for it, he might not have ended up in such a dire situation. Even if he was no match for such a master, he would not be in immediate danger of losing his life. The opponent did not reveal her aura before, but once she did, she launched a deadly attack without any hesitation. Kong Feng was far weaker than her, so he immediately ended up in such an embarrassing situation. The aura of death enveloped him, and although Kong Feng was unwilling, he could only close his eyes and accept his fate. Just then, a sudden change happened. A cold snort suddenly came from the sky, followed by a startling sword light that flashed through the illusion array enveloping the periphery of Voidland, shattering it in one blow. The sword light directly greeted the slender finger and stopped it before Kong Feng succumbed. With a loud bang, the sword light was annihilated while the slender finger collapsed. The world trembled from the impact. Immediately after the sword light, two figures plummeted from the sky. One of them let out a strange cackle and rapidly rushed in a certain direction upon entering Voidland. He stretched out his hand like an eagle's claw and grabbed towards the direction with wind-stirring and cloud-rending world force gathered in the palm of his hand. It was in the direction of Zhu Jiuyin's palace. However, the man retreated as quickly as he advanced when another earth-shaking sound exploded and a fair palm approached him from the direction he was heading. A halo of light exploded as the man returned to the side of his companion. The second person was holding a long sword. It was obvious that he was the one who broke the illusion array with the sword wave earlier. Kong Feng was pleasantly surprised to narrowly escape death. Although he had no idea who saved him from the power of the finger just now, this person was definitely a high-rank open heaven realm master. Looking up, he saw two figures standing side by side with heavy world force auras permeating from their respective bodies. They were two seventh-order open heaven realm masters. However, both of them were shrouded in a layer of haze, so he could only roughly see their silhouette, not their true faces. He could not even distinguish whether they were men or women. With a single thought, Kong Feng vaguely guessed their background, but he had no idea where they came from exactly. Still, he quickly cupped his fist and saluted, "Many thanks to two seniors for saving my life." The two seventh-order open heaven realm masters did not say a word but remained standing there quietly, facing one direction with a dignified air about them. In that direction, a slim figure approached meanderingly. Her beauty was enthralling, her long skirt fluttering behind with the movements of her graceful figure. Who else other than Zhu Jiuyin could it be? From Zhu Jiuyin's attack on Kong Feng, to the flash of the startling sword wave, Kong Feng's narrow escape from death, and the appearance of the two ghostly high-rank open heaven realm masters, everything happened in less than 3 breaths of time. It was so fast that Yang Kai could not even react to it. He thought that, with the help of Zhu Jiuyin, Kong Feng would certainly die today. As long as Kong Feng died, the so-called 100-sect alliance would easily be scattered and destroyed. By then, he could entrap them within the illusion array outside Voidland and wipe them all out. But how could he have anticipated such a turn of events at this critical moment? Yang Kai was frozen for a moment before a sharp light flashed across his eyes as he stared at the two high-rank open heaven realm masters. He grinned as he shouted, "Good, very good!" Although he did not know the background of these two high-rank open heaven realm masters, he was sure that they were definitely from some cave heaven or paradise that did not want him to succeed. He believed the great forces behind these two were the same great forces that goaded Kong Feng into assembling the 100 great forces to invade Voidland. Now, it seemed that these two had been following behind Kong Feng all this time. They did not show up earlier because there was no need to. Moreover, with such a huge lineup like the 100-sect alliance, as high-rank open heaven realm masters of the cave heavens and paradises, them appearing could only be considered shameless bullying of the weak. That was why they just followed and observed the situation. However, the heritage of Voidland was truly surprising. The large number of people brought back by Yang Kai from Blood Monster Cave Heaven was the biggest surprise. Due to the sudden increase of more than 300 open heaven realm masters in Voidland, its strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. No one would have anticipated Voidland gathering so many open heaven realm masters in such a short time, including a large number in the 5th and 6th orders. However, the two observers remained on the sidelines even when the 100-sect alliance fell into a disadvantage in the battle and suffered heavy losses. After all, the life and death of these people had nothing to do with them. But they stopped hiding when Zhu Jiuyin's attack put Kong Feng's life in danger. Although Kong Feng was the one who gathered the 100 great forces and took the opportunity to seek trouble with Voidland, anyone who had a little knowledge and insight could see that the cave heavens and paradises were behind this move. If they still failed in such a public plan, they would lose a great deal of face. As such, Kong Feng could not die. Whether they liked it or not, they had to save him. At this moment, they concealed their true faces with secret techniques, because they did not want to reveal their identities. Although it was obvious that they were from the cave heavens and paradises, they still could not leave any evidence. Therefore, such a cover-up was somehow meant to protect the prestige of the great forces behind them. Only now did Yang Kai finally understand Zhu Jiuyin's statement that the situation was going to be troublesome. Zhu Jiuyin was a powerful divine spirit, so there was no way these two could remain unnoticed by her. Yang Kai clenched his fist and glared at them, his blood boiling with anger, his heart feeling like a volcano about to erupt. He had been cultivating on his own and did not bother anyone, but these people insisted on oppressing him again and again. Back in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, many from the younger generations made things difficult for him. That was still fine, as they were all in the same realm and generation. If he was killed, he could only blame himself for being incompetent. After it became clear that the younger generations could not stop him though, the old monsters came out to interfere. It seemed that they were determined to remove him from this world. Anyone who faced such oppression would definitely be upset. Fortunately, he had Zhu Jiuyin here with him. Otherwise, how could he stand against these two high-rank open heaven realm masters? Should he just do nothing and accept death? Yang Kai examined the bodies of the two high-rank open heaven realm masters. Although he could not see their faces clearly, he took note of their auras in detail. He could not be sure where the two high-rank open heaven realm masters came from, but as long as he was still alive, sooner or later they would meet again. Divine Spirit. The high-rank open heaven realm master with the sword suddenly spoke. His distorted voice sounded a bit like an old man's, but it was obvious that his original voice was disguised by a secret technique. May I know which divine spirit madam is? He could only detect the divine spirit aura from Zhu Jiuyin, but he could not determine what her true form was, unless Zhu Jiuyin revealed it herself. What will you do if I tell you? Zhu Jiuyin asked faintly. The sword wielder replied, "We have no intention of disturbing madam. So, we would be grateful if you could step aside." Zhu Jiuyin chuckled softly and replied, "I should be the one saying this. In fact, this queen doesn't want to bother you either, so you'd best go back where you came from." The sword wielder shook his head slowly. "We have a duty to perform here, so we can't leave." "Forgive us, madam." Zhu Jiuyin raised her eyebrows. "What duty is that?" "Madam, why do you ask when you already know?" Zhu Jiuyin turned her head to look in Yang Kai's direction before chortling while covering her mouth. "You two are high-rank open heaven realm masters. Why do you have to waste time on causing all kinds of trouble to a snot-nosed brat?" Yang Kai snorted coldly. "Cowards! You're bold enough to appear here, but lack the courage to show your true faces? Is it because you're too ugly?" The sword wielder remained silent as if he did not hear Yang Kai, but his companion immediately turned to him and released a powerful burst of world force towards him. Yang Kai could not respond to it at all and his mind went black. When he regained his senses, a faint scent lingered at the tip of his nose as he saw Zhu Jiuyin standing in front of him. Yang Kai took a sniff and found that the woman truly smelled pleasant. Zhu Jiuyin glared at the man with a darkened face who gave you the courage to touch him in front of this queen? Yang Kai peeped his head out from Zhu Jiuyin's shoulder and rebuked. "Old cowards who only know how to bully the young and the weak. Show your faces if you dare to. When I advance to the open heaven realm, I swear I will kill yo." "Ack, hey, I'm not finished yet." Zhu Jiuyin harshly shoved Yang Kai's head back with her hand. His spit sprayed all over her neck when he shouted just now, which felt disgusting. On the other side, a sudden distortion appeared on the man, and the secret technique that covered his appearance and figure dispersed. He actually showed his true face and grinned. "I'll be waiting for you then." Yang Kai peeped and cried, "Myriad demons heaven." This man had demon chi wafting from his body, which was an obvious characteristic. If Yang Kai could not recognize his origin after seeing this, he would be blind. Yang Kai found that he indeed had some fated rivalry with Myriad demons heaven. Back then, it was great demon god Mo Sheng who started a disaster in the star boundary. That guy definitely originated from Myriad demons heaven. Next, he had an unpleasant experience with Pei Wenxian in the blood monster cave heaven. Now, one of the two high-rank open heaven realm masters who came to Voidland was actually from Myriad demons heaven. It was truly annoying. This person was from Myriad demons heaven, but Yang Kai did not know the origin of the other one. Although he had a guess, he could not be sure about it. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and quietly memorized the high-rank open heaven realm master's appearance. He secretly swore that he would tear this bastard to pieces sooner or later. The sword wielder suddenly spoke, "Madam, as a divine spirit, you should be free. Why get yourself involved in this dispute? It's better for you to retreat and be on good terms with us." Zhu Jiuyin answered faintly, "I have a duty to be here." "I can't retreat." The sword wielder was obviously stunned. Then he snorted coldly, "Madam, do you insist on being our enemy?" Zhu Jiuyin repeated her answer again, which irritated the man because he thought she was messing with him. Although divine spirits were powerful, he was a 7th-order open heaven realm master and even had a companion of equal strength. There was no need for him to be afraid. But he did not know that Zhu Jiuyin truly had a duty too. Since she was Yang Kai's protector, she had to keep him safe while he was in Voidland. "It's you two who are making things difficult for this queen. What can this queen do?" Zhu Jiuyin glanced at them coldly. Triggered by his own hot temper, the Myriad Demons Heaven high-rank open heaven realm master sneered. "This monarch has never killed a divine spirit before. It seems like today will be a new experience." The towering demon chi around him expanded and powerful world force permeated the air, causing the entire void land to tremble. He immediately charged at Zhu Jiuyin. If they could not come to an agreement, they could only fight. The sword wielder sighed lightly, then followed after the high-rank Myriad Demons Heaven open heaven realm master with a flicker, attacking Zhu Jiuyin from opposite sides. Zhu Jiuyin hurriedly sent Yang Kai a transmission. "Be careful, brat. These two are not easy to handle. I'm afraid I can't look after you and fight them at the same time." As soon as Yang Kai heard her words, he knew that Zhu Jiuyin had to go all out. Facing two high-rank open heaven realm masters, Even a divine spirit could not act carelessly. Instantly, the three clashed. Their battle caused a shocking effect on the surrounding world. Light dimmed and void land trembled endlessly as it began to crack and fracture. Xianxia was flabbergasted. Earlier, the battle between Mo Mei and Luan Baifeng, two sixth-order open heaven realm masters, was already quite fierce, but it was simply incomparable to the current battle. The entire void land was now divided into 4 battlefields. The first battlefield was naturally the battle between Zhu Jiuyin and the two seventh-order open heaven realm masters. The second battlefield was the one between Mo Mei and Luan Baifeng. The third battlefield was between Yu He and the many mid-rank open heaven realm masters from the 100 Sect Alliance. The fourth battlefield was the battle in the illusion array. Among the 4 battlefields, the most peaceful one was undoubtedly the battle between Mo Mei and Luan Baifeng. Although both of them were sixth-order masters, one had been immersed in this order for many years while the other had just broken through recently, resulting in a huge difference in their strength. Luan Baifeng had the upper hand, but she wanted to capture Mo Mei alive, so she was holding back quite a bit, allowing Mo Mei to cope with the situation for now. As such, their fight was still considered somewhat tepid. As for the illusion array, it was a one-sided massacre. The 300 open heaven realm masters of Voidland ripped into the 100 Sect Alliance, who were all confused and disoriented by the illusions caused by the Grand Array. How could the latter resist? However, at the moment, a rift had been torn in the illusion array by the sword wave of the sword-wielding high-rank open heaven master. As soon as this rift appeared, the illusion array's power dropped significantly, giving a glimmer of hope to the oppressed members of the 100 Sect Alliance. They were no longer in complete disarray and could even fight back from time to time. Xianxia controlled the array jade of the Voidland Grand Array, so he was well aware of the situation in Voidland. With just a single thought, he had a grasp of the overall situation in his mind. Understanding this, he couldn't help shouting at Zhu Jiuyin, "Can't you move your fight somewhere else? Why must you do this in my Voidland?" Zhu Jiuyin and the two high-rank masters weren't fighting on the ground per se, but the fallout from their battle could not be underestimated. After all, Voidland was only a spirit province, and if they caused too much damage to it, it might collapse. Voidland was Xianxia's base in the 3,000 worlds. How could he not worry about it? However, Zhu Jiuyin did not respond to his words at all. Xianxia was unsure whether she had even heard him. She did not shift the battlefield away, and instead continued to shuttle around Voidland while fighting the two high-rank open heaven realm masters, which resulted in endless rumbling sounds. "Brat, instead of worrying about your territory, you should pay more attention to your life." A surly voice suddenly came from the side. Xianxia was startled. Only now did he remember that Kong Feng was still eyeing him. Now that all the forces of Voidland and the 100 Sect Alliance were occupied, leaving only the leaders of the both alone, how could Kong Feng let go of such a great opportunity? Although he was caught off guard and was seriously injured by Zhu Jiuyin's attack, he was still a sixth-order open heaven realm masters. Even with a severe wound, it was not hard for him to kill a mere Emperor Realm Jr. Nonetheless, the purpose of his trip was not to kill Xianxia. Even though Kong Feng wanted to kill him so badly, he could capture him alive for now. As long as he could take Xianxia down, he would claim the victory in this battle. Since Xianxia had no one left to protect him, he was just like a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be tortured by him. Xianxia turned to the side and saw Kong Feng spewing a mouthful of blood from nearby, looking at him with a face as white as a sheet. When their eyes met, Xianxia instantly realized that Kong Feng's focus was firmly locked on him, and the surrounding space was locked by a suppressive force. It was obvious that Kong Feng was wary of him using space principles to escape. Not only that, Kong Feng was also approaching Xianxia step by step, slowly pressuring him with his sixth-order open heaven realm aura. Letting out a soft breath, Xianxia spoke faintly, "Kong Feng, if I were you, I would retreat to save my life. Being stubborn will only lead to tragedy." Kong Feng was taken aback and quickly stopped his feet, spreading out his divine sense to examine the surroundings. He was truly frightened by Xianxia. Xianxia and Voidland had brought him too many surprises today. The few hundred open heaven realm masters, the 9 heavenly layers grand array and its seemingly limitless functions, the female divine spirit hidden in the depths of Voidland. Who would have thought that a trivial Voidland would possess so much power? So, when Xianxia said this, Kong Feng did not dare to take him lightly, for fear that he would reveal another surprise. However, after some observations, Kong Feng did not sense any kind of threat. On second thought, since such a powerful female divine spirit was already revealed, what other hidden trump card could there be in Voidland? It would be too ridiculous if it still held one. Although the strength shown by Voidland was not as great as that of the Cave Heavens and Paradises, it was enough to compete against Heavenly Sword Union. "Boy, you dare bluff me?" he bellowed. "You can try me," Yang Kai replied with an indifferent look. Kong Feng was in a dilemma. Yang Kai's calmness unnerved him, and he vaguely felt that if he really attacked, there might be an unpleasant surprise waiting for him. But given that it was just an Emperor Realm Jr. standing in front of him, how could a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master not have the courage to even attack him? If he retreated from this, Kong Feng was afraid that he would never be able to raise his head again from the disgrace. Furthermore, the 100 Sect Alliance had suffered heavy casualties under his lead here. If he could not bring back a victory, it would be hard for him to explain to the outside world. With a determined mind, Kong Feng clenched his teeth and thundered, "How dare a little bastard like you still play mind games with this king before dying?" He felt that Yang Kai was bluffing him, so he no longer hesitated. As soon as his power surged, he stretched out his hand straight towards Yang Kai's head. "Since you court death, don't blame others for your demise." Yang Kai grit his teeth as he roared. He raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear into his grip. With a flourish, his power surged and his hair began fluttering wildly despite there not being any wind. "Start the array." A buzz came out of Voidland as Yang Kai shouted, which shook Kong Feng's heart. He had lost count of how many times he heard these 3 words today, and every time he suffered a grievous loss. As soon as Yang Kai shouted the word array, Kong Feng realized that there was something wrong. Voidland was still holding another trump card, not daring to be negligent. Kong Feng immediately accelerated, swiftly pouncing at Yang Kai, who was not far from him now. At the same time, all the remaining power in the 9 heavenly layers grand array of Voidland poured into the Azure Dragon Spear, which absorbed it seemingly without end. The 9 heavenly layers grand array was established not long ago, so the amount of starlight strength it had absorbed was still not much. It had almost depleted all of its stored power after launching various layers of the grand array, and he had warned Yang Kai of this earlier. Right now, the remaining energy in the Grand Array could only be used one last time. This time, Yang Kai activated the last layer of the offensive Grand Array of the 9 heavenly layers. The offensive Grand Array had 3 layers. The first one was filled with tens of thousands of ordinary artifacts, which had pelted the 100 Sect Alliance once it was launched. The array core of the second layer was the Heavenly Executioner's Sword. The power of one slash from the sword almost split Kong Feng's ship in 2. If Luan Baifeng had not summoned 3 defensive array plates at the critical moment, Heavenly Sword Union would definitely have suffered heavy casualties, and Kong Feng would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. The array core, the third and last layer, was Yang Kai's Azure Dragon Spear. This spear was a gift from giant spirit god Ada. Compared to the Heavenly Executioner's Sword and the Heavenly Net Umbrella, it was certainly more powerful. However, Yang Kai had never unleashed the true might of the Azure Dragon Spear before, because his own strength was too low to control the horrifying power hidden within. But with the help of the Grand Array, the situation was totally different. Earlier, when they activated the Heavenly Executioner's Sword, Yang Kai was too weak to do so without Yuhi's help. However, the Azure Dragon Spear was different. Yang Kai had completely refined this spear, so it was linked to his body and soul, unlike the Heavenly Executioner's Sword. Nonetheless, the stress that was caused on him by using this move was unimaginable. If he failed to bear the pressure, Yang Kai would definitely kill himself before he could kill his enemy. Yang Kai did not have a choice at the moment though. Kong Feng attempted to attack him, and Yang Kai would not stand a chance without the last layer of the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array boosting his strength. The world trembled as the energy in the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array poured madly into the Azure Dragon Spear. The long spear vibrated so strongly that Yang Kai could hardly hold onto it. The violent energy not only stimulated the sleeping power of the Azure Dragon Spear, it also caused miserable pain to erupt all over Yang Kai's body, causing his bones to crack and blood to leak from his pores. As a mere Emperor Realm cultivator, it was impossible not to pay a price to channel the full force of such a powerful grand array. Yang Kai remained silent, however, clutching his long spear and focusing all his attention on Kong Feng, who was approaching him unblinkingly. Suddenly, a sonorous dragon roar resounded across the sky. As if a hibernated great dragon had awakened, a monstrous dragon pressure swept across the entire Voidland. Even the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who were fighting with Zhu Jiu-Yin could not help turning their attention to it. A dragon artifact. The sword-wielder gasped. The Dragon Clan was an exceptionally special and powerful race in the 3,000 worlds, and it was also incredibly united. Dragon Altar of the Dragon Clan was considered to be one of the 36 cave heavens. However, no one knew where Dragon Altar was, except the members of the Dragon Clan who bore dragon veins. Other than that, anyone with a strong enough bloodline of the Dragon Clan would be able to sense Dragon Altar and find its location. Since ancient times, the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises were not always constant. The rulers were replaced with the passage of time, and there were cave heavens and paradises that were destroyed and replaced by others. However, the status and existence of Dragon Altar had never been shaken, and would never be unless the Dragon Clan was exterminated. In addition to Dragon Altar, there exited Phoenix Nest. But it was undeniable that anything involved with the Dragon Clan was not a trivial matter. No one expected that a mere Emperor Realm Jr. could acquire a dragon artifact, and by the looks of its might, this dragon artifact was made from the remains of a great dragon. Who in the world dared to be so presumptuous to use a dragon artifact? If the Dragon Clan found out, they would certainly take action. Even the sword wielder was shocked, while Kong Feng was terrified. In his vision, Yang Kai was still standing there with a spear in hand, but when he looked up, he seemed to see a great dragon floating behind Yang Kai, covering the whole world with its figure, its dragon eyes staring down at him like he was an ant. He felt a deadly sense of crisis. Following a roar, world force swirled around Kong Feng madly, as he drew out the power of his small universe wildly, and slammed it on Yang Kai. He did not dare to have any reservation in this attack, using all the strength he could muster at the moment. At this point, he probably had no way to capture Yang Kai alive even if he wanted to. Given that Kong Feng was already badly wounded, if he did not give his best, he was afraid that he might really die. If he accidentally killed Yang Kai because of that, that was just his fate. At the same time, Yang Kai thrust out with his spear. The attack was not fanciful, but it was fueled by all the remaining energy in the 9 heavenly layers grand array. A loud series of cracks and pops came out from Yang Kai's body, along with a large amount of blood. His strength was too low to manage such a massive power. Before he could do anything to Kong Feng, the rampaging power had already begun to feel unbearable. After the thrust, Yang Kai nearly collapsed, his vision turning black as he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Forcing himself to remain standing and awake, Yang Kai stared at Kong Feng without blinking an eye. Seeing the situation, Kong Feng was flustered and his pupils constricted to the size of a needle. The Azure Dragon Spear was thrown out, turning into a 1,000-meter-long great dragon, shaking its head and flicking its tail as it roared up into the sky before charging down at Kong Feng. In front of the 1,000-meter-long great dragon, Kong Feng felt as insignificant as a speck of dust and was soon swallowed up by it. This was the power of the Azure Dragon Spear. Yang Kai felt enlightened. Although he refined the Azure Dragon Spear and used it many times to kill strong foes, it was impossible for him to unleash its true power due to his own lack of strength. He had also wondered what it would be like if all the power of this long spear was unleashed. He finally saw it today. However, this should not be the limit of the Azure Dragon Spear. Although it was supplemented by a grand array to unleash its power to an unprecedented extent, Yang Kai still felt that the power of the Azure Dragon Spear was not fully released. It seemed that he would have to wait until he was stronger before he could achieve his wish. With a single thought, the 1,000-meter-long great dragon suddenly vanished. The Azure Dragon Spear reappeared, falling from the sky and was sunk obliquely into the ground. In midair, Kong Feng stood on the spot, utterly terrified. He was drenched in blood, with not a single part of his body intact and his breathing dreadfully weak. He had been severely injured by Zhu Jiuyin earlier, and after being hit by the Azure Dragon Spear, his condition became even worse. However, he was not dead yet. Yang Kai ground his teeth, unable to believe that this old dog would be so tenacious. But then again, with the help of the Grand Array, he was the first Emperor Realm Jr. in history to injure a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to such an extent. If he wanted to kill Kong Feng, he probably still needed more strength to do so. Although Yang Kai had expected this outcome, he was still a little disappointed by it. Kong Feng was appalled, but at the same time he was delighted to escape from death. At the moment, although 80% of his strength was depleted, he still had some remaining. Looking down, he saw Yang Kai's wobbly stance and critical condition and immediately clenched his teeth to shout, "Let's see if you can survive now." With a flicker, he pounced at Yang Kai again. Yang Kai wanted to escape by surging his space principle, but his strength was completely exhausted from the blow just now, so how could he still be able to escape? Seeing Kong Feng was approaching, he could not do anything to resist him at all. However, Yang Kai just cackled and shouted, "Come! Don't be a coward and run." A sudden realization dawned on Kong Feng, and he seemed to remember something. When he looked around, he saw hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters rushing down at him from the sky. The leader of the group bellowing, "Stop right there, old dog." The person who shouted was Pang Duo. A moment ago, 300+ Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland had rushed into the Illusion Array to start a massacre. The 100-Sect Alliance had no way to stand against them, resulting in countless casualties. However, a rift was opened in the Illusion Array by the sword-wielding high-rank Open Heaven Master, so its power was greatly reduced. The 100-Sect Alliance naturally saw this opening and scrambled towards it. Many Open Heaven Realm Masters fought hard and found a chance to escape, but instead of Voidland's forces giving chase, they prioritized cleaning up the stragglers while letting the others run away. When these Voidland Masters turned around, they witnessed the scene where Yang Kai injured Kong Feng by summoning the Azure Dragon Spear. Given that Yang Kai was in danger at that moment, Pang Duo and the others certainly had to rush over to rescue him. Kong Feng felt his heart sink. He was in terrible condition. Not to mention 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters, even just one random 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could take his life at the moment. As soon as he saw Pang Duo and the others, Kong Feng dared not to continue to entangle with Yang Kai. Following a flicker, he immediately soared into the sky. How could Pang Duo and the others let Kong Feng escape? This man was the culprit behind all the problems caused today. If it were not for him, how would Voidland be in trouble today? Pang Duo swung his hand and commanded the 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters to split into more than 10 teams, blocking Kong Feng from running away. Seeing this situation, a hint of despair appeared in Kong Feng's eyes. He did not have the ability to escape like Yang Kai, as he was not proficient in the Tao of Space. Although he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was now seriously wounded and his strength has plummeted. How could he escape in the face of the seamless formation of others? It was a messy battle, but after a short while, Kong Feng was terribly beaten. His hair was disheveled, and blood spewed out of his mouth where several attacks hit his body directly, causing him to fall to the ground embarrassingly. Pang Duo did not kill him directly, but instead used a secret technique to seal Kong Feng's cultivation. After capturing the enemy leader alive, he took him to Yang Kai and saluted with his fist cupped. "My apologies for making Sect Master frightened." Yang Kai nodded faintly. "Don't worry." As soon as he spoke, a mouthful of blood was spurted out of his mouth wildly, which startled Pang Duo. Yang Kai waved his hand back and forth shakily. "It doesn't matter. I will recover with some rest." Although he was in a miserable condition now, he possessed powerful vitality and a frightening ability to recover. He even managed to survive when he was on the verge of death in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven back then. Therefore, he could certainly recover from the situation now after some rest. Looking up at the two battlefields in the sky, Yang Kai saw Wan Baifeng make a feint which forced Mo Mei back before she turned into a stream of light and quickly escaped. The woman definitely saw Kong Feng's tragic end and understood that she could not win this alone. If she did not leave now, She might end up just like Kong Fong. So she decisively escaped. Emome did not chase after her. After an earth-shaking battle with her, Emome knew that she was much weaker and would not be able to keep Luan by Fong from running away. As such, she did not bother to do so. Emome turned around and rushed towards Yuhi. Yuhi was fighting against more than 10 Open Heaven Realm Masters alone, among which were 3 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, one from Heavenly Sword Union, while the other 2 were Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu. The battle had been evenly matched, with Yuhi at a slight disadvantage. After all, she was outnumbered, so even if she had the upper hand in strength, she could not do anything to them. However, the tide changed dramatically when Emome arrived. With the 2 of them working together, the dozen or so Open Heaven Realm Masters were quickly reduced to tears. Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu noticed the distressing situation and bellowed as they looked at each other, "Run." But how could they leave it well now? Yang Kai pointed his hand forward and ordered coldly, "Kill them all! Spare no one." Pang Duo and the others rushed up into the sky again after receiving the command, leaving only Lu Shui, Mu Qianxian, and Gong Yangxi behind to guard Yang Kai. There were more than 300 Void Land people in the sky now surrounding Qi Jin, Ling Chunqiu, and the rest. If the 2 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were sufficient to secure a victory for Void Land, what more need be said after dispatching so many reinforcements at once? Soon, only Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu remained alive among the more than 10 masters. Seeing that enemies were surrounding from all directions, Qi Jin decisively stopped and shouted, "I surrender, I surrender. From now on, Golden Rainbow Province will only follow Voidland. Sect Master Yang, please spare my life." Ling Chunqiu also looked at Yuhi pleadingly, "Madam Yuhi, for the sake of our past friendship, please spare this old master." Yuhi looked down to Yang Kai's direction. Yang Kai put on a cold face. "How arrogant and domineering were you when you attacked our sect earlier? Now you beg for mercy? It's too late. Your death will not be the end. This king will trample on the residents of your 2 families and wipe your sects from the 3,000 worlds. No one will be spared. Kill them." When the words fell, hundreds of attacks from all directions flew towards the 2 and shrouded them in an instant. Qi Jin roared depressingly, "Yang Kai, you will die, Ms. Era?" His voice stopped abruptly. When the dust settled, Qi Jin and Ling Chun could no longer be seen. Both of them were vaporized, leaving behind only the world forces from the shattered small universes. 3 of the 4 battlefields in Voidland have been settled in short order, and the 100 Sect Alliance had almost been completely annihilated. Voidland had made a clean sweep, but the last and most important battlefield was still raging. The entire 7 spirit lands of Voidland were turned upside down. Even the shopping district of Voidland that was isolated from 7 Wonders Land was turned into ruins. Voidland was in a mess. Numerous spirit peaks had been razed to the ground, and the 7 orchards had suffered heavy losses. Yang Kai was heartbroken. Voidland was his foothold in the 3,000 worlds, and he spent a massive fortune to arrange the 9 heavenly layers grand array here. It would be a huge loss if it was damaged due to such a battle. However, according to the current situation, even though the battle between Zhu Jiuyin and the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters was fierce, it was still insufficient to destroy Voidland outright. And what made Yang Kai slightly relieved was that Zhu Jiuyin also knew that there were many disciples living in Voidland. So the battlefield was not spread to areas with a higher population. What Yang Kai could not figure out was why this woman decided to fight inside Voidland. He had asked her to lead the enemy out into the void, but Zhu Jiuyin turned a deaf ear. No one knew what she had planned. Yang Kai's eyes were not quick enough, so although he knew 3 figures were constantly flashing back and forth, fighting against each other, and he could sense the turbulent world forces and the shaking around him, he could not see who had the upper hand, so he could only ask Yuhi humbly, "Which one of them is stronger now?" Yuhi replied, "Zhu Jiuyin won't be able to persist for long alone." Yang Kai frowned. He had a rough estimate of Zhu Jiuyin's strength, and it was indeed difficult for her to hold out against 2 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters alone. However, she did well for holding on so long. In other words, Zhu Jiuyin now possessed the strength of a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Otherwise, the situation would not be like this. Is this Zhu Jiuyin's full potential? Yang Kai was not sure. After all, Although Zhu Jiuyin had been with him since the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, no one knew whether she had fully adapted to the principles in the 3,000 worlds, and no one knew whether she could even restore herself to her peak. If this was all of Zhu Jiuyin's strength, Zhu Jiuyin was a divine spirit equivalent to a 7th-order open heaven realm master. If not, her peak strength must be on par with an 8th-order open heaven realm master. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai shouted, "A sister." Yu He and Mo Mei received the orders and rushed towards Zhu Jiuyin. In a battle between high-rank open heaven realm masters, they were the only two in the entire Void Land who could intervene. Although Pang Duo and the others had cultivations in the 5th-order open heaven realm, they were not strong enough to participate in such a battle. Sending them would be the same as throwing them into the tiger's den, so it was better for them to stay out of it. Therefore, Pang Duo and the others did not move at all, but stayed by Yang Kai's side to avoid being taken advantage of by the enemy. But Yu He and Mo Mei were both newly promoted 6th-order open heaven realm master, so it was hard to say how much help they could provide. "Don't come here," Zhu Jiuyin suddenly yelled, apparently aware of Yu He and Mo Mei's movements. Yu He and Mo Mei immediately stopped. Since Zhu Jiuyin stopped them from approaching, it meant that the two of them would be more trouble than help. All of a sudden, everyone became tense. Although Voidland had won 3 out of the 4 major battles and the 100 Sect Alliance was almost completely wiped out with even Kong Feng, the main culprit, captured alive, the battle between Zhu Jiuyin and the 2 high-rank open heaven realms was the one that would decide the fate of this conflict. If Zhu Jiuyin won, Voidland would be safe and sound. On the other hand, if she lost, all other victories would be in vain, no matter how many there had been. The power of the 2 high-rank open heaven realm masters was simply not something that Voidland could compete against right now. The survival of Voidland now depended on Zhu Jiuyin alone. Yang Kai clenched his fists and teeth, his eyes glued unblinkingly on every movement on the battlefield. As time passed, even he could tell that Zhu Jiuyin was at a disadvantage. The 2 high-rank open heaven realm masters had extraordinary strength and both of them worked together seamlessly. Zhu Jiuyin let her guard slip for a moment and barely blocked a few attacks, allowing the master from Myriad Demons Heaven to thrust a spear towards her chest. Zhu Jiuyin's beautiful face paled and she pulled away, but the long spear chased after her like maggots on rotting bones. When Zhu Jiuyin was about to be stabbed, there was a loud bang and an enormous creature suddenly appeared. It was a gigantic silver-white spider. A crescent-shaped mark was branded on its back, permeating the void with the power of a divine spirit. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Zhu Jiuyin was forced to reveal her true form. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. If she was not left with no other choice, Zhu Jiuyin would not have revealed her true form. Now that she had, it was obvious she was forced to a fatal corner. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider had an odd appearance, both menacing and enchanting all at once. Swinging her 8 legs, Zhu Jiuyin weaved a spirit web across Voidland to trap the 2 high-rank open heaven realm masters. The sword wielder launched at this web while scoffing. "It turns out that Madam is of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider lineage. I haven't seen one for many years. Since Madam is a divine spirit, why should you restrict yourself to this small place? It's better to retreat quickly to avoid unnecessary suffering." The sword slashed down, cutting through strands of spider web. Zhu Jiuyin gritted her teeth and did not answer, continuing to spin more spirit webs, sealing the skies and locking the earth. Every step she took on the ground shook the world. The sword wielder frowned, wondering what the hell Zhu Jiuyin was doing. The high-rank open heaven realm master of Myriad Demons Heaven shouted in a low voice, "Let's not drag this longer. Finish it." The sword wielder gave a small nod, his sword intent soaring. The combined attacks of the two were more than twice as fierce as before, and Zhu Jiuyin's situation became more and more precarious. If she faced either of these two separately, she would not be at such a disadvantage, but she had too many constraints inside Voidland, and had not restored herself to her peak. Worst of all, she could not escape because she had to protect Yang Kai, hence her current situation. However, although she did pull back and tried her best to resist, she did not stop stomping the earth, causing a drum-like reverberation into the depths of the ground. In the beginning, the 2 high-rank open heaven did not think too much about it, but after a while, both of them realized that something was wrong. Zhu Jiuyin was already struggling to deal with their attacks, so why did it seem like she was distracted? The sword wielder muttered in a low voice, "I don't know what trick this woman is playing, but stay alert." The open heaven realm master of myriad demons heaven smiled grimly. "How dare you scheme against us when you're about to die?" As soon as the two of them spoke, their expressions suddenly changed and they quickly backed off to look around in shock as if they were about to face a great enemy. Zhu Jiuyin too stopped and took a long breath, feeling quite aggrieved. If only she had recovered to her peak, these two would be nothing to her, and there would be no need for her to fight so hard. However, it would take at least 3 to 5 more years to completely restore her strength. She made up her mind at that moment. If the situation turned dire, she would flee with Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo immediately. These two high-rank open heaven realm masters would not be able to stop her if she really wanted to. She was Yang Kai's protector and had to ensure his safety no matter what. Shan Qing Luo possessed a heavenly moon demon spider source, so she must protect her too. As for the lives of others, Zhu Jiuyin had no concern for them whatsoever. However, in this way, Yang Kai would definitely complain and reprimand her. Fortunately, the crisis had finally been resolved. She relaxed a bit and snarled through gritted teeth, "I thought you would never come out. Are you trying to be a turtle that hides in its shell forever? Try hiding if you still can." Outside the battlefield, Yang Kai and the others were completely confused. They were under the impression that Zhu Jiuyin was in a precarious situation, and were utterly astonished by the two high-rank open heaven realm masters' sudden retreat and change in expressions. And they became even more puzzled by Zhu Jiuyin's words. But soon, a strange look appeared on Yang Kai's face. He faintly sensed an aura awakening from void land, as though the entire world had come alive. What's more, this awakening aura made his dragon vein pulse slightly. "Oh, little girl. It hurts when you're jumping around on this old master's head like this." An aged voice suddenly boomed loudly, and then a short figure appeared a short distance in front of Zhu Jiuyin. His appearance was quaint and completely relaxed, as if he had been standing there all along, except that no one had seen him, including Yang Kai and even the two 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. "Besides, how can I be a turtle if I don't hide?" The short figure spoke again. Zhu Jiuyin snorted coldly. She was a divine spirit, so even though she looked young and beautiful, she had in fact lived in the grand ancient ruins boundary for many millennia. However, she did not rebuke when she was addressed by this old man as little girl. Yang Kai looked strangely at the short figure who appeared. His hair and beard were completely white, and his face was so wrinkled and withered that he looked as if he was about to die. Bent forward with a thick turtle shell behind his back, one could see the intertwined ravines on his shell clearly. It appeared to be exquisite and profound patterns and texts, carrying the wisdom of the Grand Tao. Aware that Yang Kai was looking at him, the hunched old man, who seemed like he was dying, turned his head to look at Yang Kai and smiled at him. Based on his appearance, combined with the aura on him and the response in his own blood, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Another divine spirit? Eyes narrowed. The myriad demons heaven's high-rank open heaven realm master squinted at the short old man. It was already surprising enough for a trivial voidland to have a heavenly moon demon spider living here. Who would have thought there would be a second divine spirit? However, the true form of this divine spirit was not revealed at this moment, and there was no way to know which race he belonged to. The conspicuous turtle shell on his back piqued many assumptions, though. If it was only Zhu Jiuyin, the combined forces of the two high-rank open heaven realm masters would give them the upper hand. However, with an additional divine spirit appearing, they had no chance of victory. This divine spirit was so well hidden before that they had no way of realizing he was even here, and it did not appear right until the critical moment to disrupt the situation. While it wasn't clear whose side this old man was on, it was certain he wasn't an ally to them. Thinking of this, the two high-rank open heaven realm masters frowned. The sword wielder took a step forward and crossed an arm across his chest, his long sword held in the other hand behind him. "How should I address old sir?" The old man did not answer. His head was lowered because of his hunched back, and his two long white eyebrows dangled from his face, obscuring everyone from his expression. The sword wielder waited for a while, but there was no response. He was naturally a little upset and was about to open his mouth to ask another question. But he suddenly heard a snore. This old fart actually fell asleep. The rhythmic snores showed how sweetly the old man was sleeping. Just what is happening right now? It was in the midst of the battle, and Voidland was in a total mess. Two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were still watching covetously from the side. But the old man with a turtle shell who appeared all of a sudden actually fell into a slumber in the middle of the fight. Everyone's face couldn't help twitching. The sword wielder snorted coldly. "This old man is truly impressive." He was a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters after all, a prestigious figure in the 3,000 worlds. But this turtle-shelled old man actually disregarded him entirely and fell asleep right in front of him. Even if he was a divine spirit, he was way too scornful. Followed by a shudder, the turtle-shelled old man woke up again and sighed. "I'm too old. I can't be as energetic as young people like you all, but you little ones are just too much. If you have any grudges, settle them by yourselves. Why do you have to jump around on my head and interfere with my sleep? How rude." As soon as he said this, the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters' faces turned ugly. But Xianxia was immediately relieved. Before, he did not understand why Zhu Jiuyin chose to fight in Voidland, which caused a huge mess and collapsed many spirit peaks. During her battle with the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, she even put some effort into shaking the ground. It turned out that Zhu Jiuyin had already noticed the existence of the turtle-shelled old man a long time ago, and was taking this opportunity to wake him, which was why she was determined to fight on Voidland. The turtle-shelled old man was a divine spirit, just like Zhu Jiuyin. Although they were from different clans, as a divine spirit herself, it was reasonable that Zhu Jiuyin could detect his presence. However, from Zhu Jiuyin's earlier actions, she did not seem to know where the turtle-shelled old man was hiding. Therefore, she could only constantly shift the battlefield and disturb the entire Voidland. "If you have time to bother me, why don't you use it to study your Voidland? This place is not simple." Xianxia suddenly remembered what Zhu Jiuyin had told him some time ago. Xianxia spent more than 10 days examining both inside and outside of Voidland, but found nothing at that time. Now, it seemed that what Zhu Jiuyin meant was that there was the divine spirit hidden in Voidland. Xianxia had not figured it out because he was not strong enough. He could not even sense the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters lurking nearby, much less this divine spirit. If Zhu Jiuyin did not cause disturbances on purpose, the turtle-shelled old man would probably have continued to hide himself. Xianxia could not help feeling frightened. He was totally clueless about such a powerful existence hiding in Voidland. If the other party had ill intentions, Voidland would definitely have suffered heavy losses. But judging from the turtle-shelled old man's attitude, he was neither vicious nor violent, even seeming to be quite easy to speak with. It reminded Xianxia of the Seven Wonders Land's history. The predecessor of Voidland was Seven Wonders Land. Seven Wonders Land certainly did not realize the existence of the turtle-shelled old man either. Otherwise, they would have asked him for help when they were being exterminated. By the looks of it, the old man had been hiding here for many, many years. Given that he spoke like an old man and even addressed a divine spirit like Zhu Jiuyin and the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters as little ones, Xianxia really could not imagine how old he was. "Old man, are you acting arrogant just because of your seniority? Do you really think this monarch is afraid of you just because you're a divine spirit?" The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demons Heaven had a short temper and flared up. They were so close to their victory just now but were blocked by the old man at the last moment. After enduring for a while, he could no longer hold it in. Leaping out, he stabbed at the old man with the long spear in his hand. The move of a seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Masters was indeed magnificent and powerful. Under the surging world force, Xianxia and the others felt the mountain-like pressure plummeting on them, causing the blood in their chests to constrict. This was only the radiant effect, so one could imagine how much pressure the turtle-shelled old man, who was being targeted directly, was facing. Although it was only a single attack, countless spear shadows seemed to cover the sky, each one containing the killing intent of a seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Appalled, the turtle-shelled old man yelped as he stepped back repeatedly. "Why can't we just talk things out peacefully? Why do we have to fight? Young men should know how to respect the elderly." He stumbled, lost his balance and fell straight on his butt. Following the momentum, the old man withdrew his arms and legs like a turtle into his solid shell. His small figure easily retracted into the shell, completely concealing himself. Hong hong hong. One after another, spear shadows struck onto the turtle shell, causing the earth to shake and even space itself to tremble. When the spear shadows dispersed, everyone stared in amazement at the scene before them. The turtle shell remained intact on the ground, with not even a mark left on it. However, who knew if the old man hiding in the turtle shell was shaken to death? The open heaven realm master of myriad demons heaven who landed the attack squinted. Although he launched the attack in a hurry and did not use his full strength, the might of a 7th Order master was still no joke. Even another 7th Order open heaven realm master would not end well after receiving such a move, but it actually failed to even leave a scratch on this turtle shell. Just how tough is this turtle shell? He wanted to make another move again, but the sword wielder raised his hand and stopped him, glancing at Zhu Jiuyin vigilantly at the same time. He did not expect such an outcome today. Not to mention the 100-sect alliance led by Heavenly Sword Union being destroyed, they were being hindered even when he joined hands with the Myriad Demons Heaven Open Heaven Realm Master. Void Land was full of unpleasant surprises. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider alone was already difficult to deal with, and now he had to face this turtle-shelled old man as well. He was quite hesitant. If they forced the old man to join hands with the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, they could only escape. Thinking through numerous possibilities, the sword wielder proceeded. "Old sir, please show yourself so we can talk." The turtle shell laid quietly on the ground, unresponsive. Just when the people wondered if the turtle-shelled old man was shaken to death, a head with a terrified, pale face suddenly peeped out, looking around sneakily and asked nervously, "Are we not fighting anymore?" This old fellow was so chicken-hearted that everyone was left speechless. But the sword wielder did not dare to underestimate him and spoke politely. "Old sir, please come out." After observing the situation for a moment and making sure that no one would hit him again, the turtle-shelled old man stretched his arms and legs out of the turtle shell, and sighed as he wiped the dust off his body. Alas, what an unlucky day. Sometimes unlucky things just happen even when you do nothing. Such misfortune. The sword wielder demanded again, "How should I address old sir?" The turtle-shelled old man immediately shook his head like a pellet drum. "I can't tell. I won't tell. If you know my name, you will find trouble with me in the future." This old master won't tell even if he dies. Xianxia was speechless. Since this old man had already revealed himself today, could he run away from troubles if the others really wanted to cause any in the future? The sword wielder did not intend to force him, so after a moment of silence, he continued. "We didn't know that old sir resided here. If we offended old sir in any way, please forgive us." Hearing him, the turtle-shelled old man smiled. "It's all right. One who makes mistakes unknowingly need not be held responsible. It's fine as long as you don't come around to disturb my sleep again." "We dare not." The sword wielder nodded lightly, then he changed to the next topic abruptly. "But we still have a task to complete. Please stand aside, old sir." The turtle-shelled old man held his crutch and spoke. "As long as you stop fighting, everything can be negotiated." "Many thanks, old sir." The sword wielder thanked politely. Then he pointed at Xianxia. "I want to take this boy with me. In your dreams." He and the rest shouted angrily, immediately surrounding Xianxia while circulating their strength to guard against unexpected events. The sword wielder ignored them entirely and just stared at the turtle-shelled old man. "Oh, The old man hesitated for a while, then looked at Xianxia again and asked embarrassingly, "May this old master ask why you want to take him?" The sword wielder did not answer him. Instead, he asked, "Old sir, are you protecting him? I wonder what kind of relationship old sir has with this boy." From the previous situation, the turtle-shelled old man did not seem to be related to Xianxia in any way, but given that the old man was chicken-hearted even though he was clearly quite powerful, why did he have to stand up for Xianxia? The turtle-shelled old man coughed softly. "There's actually no relationship between us?" "Then, but we share some heritage. It would be improper for this old master to just let him die." The turtle-shelled old man was dying of embarrassment, his wrinkled face wrinkling even further. Share some heritage, even though the sword wielder's face was shrouded in clouds and fog and his expression could not be seen clearly, he was clearly puzzled by the old man's words. for he had no idea what kind of connection this divine spirit who had been keeping a low profile had with Yang Kai. However, taking away Yang Kai was not his real purpose. The reason why he requested this was just to cover his real intent. Therefore, he stopped pestering and continued. Since old sir has declared so, we will respect your wishes. The turtle-shelled old man chuckled. Many thanks. Since I can't take this boy with me, then I must take him away. As for this, I believe old master will not stop me, right? The sword wielder pointed at Kong Feng, who was captured alive. As he spoke, Kong Feng was extremely depressed. As a noble sixth-order open heaven realm master, it should have been impossible for him to be captured alive. Even a seventh-order open heaven realm master might not be able to do that. But still, he was seized, had his cultivation restrained, and suffered heavy injuries one after another. At this moment, he looked absolutely wasted, his spirit completely depleted. Being a prisoner, if he wanted to live, he could only rely on the sword wielder and the myriad demons heaven high-rank open heaven realm master. As such, when he heard the request of the sword wielder, he immediately looked at him gratefully. The turtle-shelled old man nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. No problem, no problem. Just take him. The sword wielder nodded lightly, then turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai, this matter ends here. Let him go. Yang Kai looked at him with a defiant face. Why should I have to listen to you? Who the hell are you to tell me what to do? The sword wielder replied faintly. Today, your void land has reaped all the rewards. It's better for you to spare others where it is possible. The turtle-shelled old man advised wryly. Little one, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. These two are not to be trifled with, and the ones behind them are even scarier. Although he slept for many years, not caring about worldly affairs, this old man knew that only the cave heavens and paradises could deploy high-rank open heaven realm masters like this. He was timid to begin with, otherwise why would he hide in void land for so many years? How would he dare to challenge the cave heavens and paradises? Yang Kai's face darkened and was silent for a moment before speaking. Since old sir has said as much, this junior will give some face. The turtle-shelled old man laughed, a promising young man. Kong Feng let out a large breath of relief. When he was captured alive before, he was in despair, thinking that he was going to die in Voidland. Who knew that things would take a turn for the better? Feeling grateful to the sword wielder, he threw Yang Kai a vicious glare. The 100 Sect Alliance suffered heavy losses this time, and he was the only one left from Heavenly Sword Union. It could be said that this operation was a complete failure, but it was not without gain. At the very least, he exposed the details of Voidland to the ones above, allowing them to have a better understanding of its strength. Although they failed this time, Voidland would not be able to resist their next attempt when they were properly prepared. 10 years was not too long for a gentleman to seek revenge. As long as one was still alive, there would always be a possibility for a comeback. The high-rank open heaven realm master of myriad demons heaven snorted coldly. Little brat, seems you're not too foolish. The sword wielder nodded too. Why are you still not letting him go? Yang Kai nodded. I'll let him go now. Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly grabbed the cold water longsword from Lu Shue's hand and slashed down, lighting up the space between heaven and earth with the brilliance of the sword. The turtle-shelled old man's smile froze. Zhu Jiuyin was slightly absent-minded, and the two high-rank open heaven realm masters too were stunned. Kong Feng looked at Yang Kai in horror, his eyes bigger than eggs. With a kick and a shove, Yang Kai sent Kong Feng in the direction of the two high-rank open heaven realm masters. How could Kong Feng, whose cultivation was restricted, resist his kick? His body involuntarily flew towards that direction as he exclaimed in exasperation, Yang Kai, you bastard! I won't forget this even when I turn into a ghost. When the words fell, a thin red streak suddenly appeared on his neck, which was immediately severed, followed by his head soaring into the sky, sending fresh blood spraying out like a fountain. Yang Kai's sword cut off his head directly, but he moved so fast that the head and body were still connected for a moment. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master, Kong Feng possessed a tenacious vitality which allowed him to let out a deafening roar of resentment before his death. However, if the head was cut off, nothing could help regardless of how strong one's vitality was. The fog around the sword-wielder violently swirled, indicating the fluctuation in his mood. He growled through gritted teeth, "Bold Jr." The high-rank open heaven realm master of myriad demons heaven on the other hand stared at Xianxia with great interest. There was even a hint of appreciation. The people of myriad demons heaven were all ruthless, and Xianxia's actions were undoubtedly very much in line with his tastes. If not because they were on opposing sides, he would have even applauded. No one expected Xianxia to act so decisively. A moment ago he agreed to let Kong Feng go, but took his life the next instant. The flipping of his attitude was hard to keep up with. Kong Feng's fate was tragic indeed. One would not dare say it would not happen again in the future, but it was definitely unprecedented until now for a dignified Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master to be killed at the hands of an Emperor Realm Jr. Xianxia looked at the sword-wielder coldly and waved the long sword in his hand. "This junior has never tried to act boldly, but when others try to bully me, I won't sit still and take it. Anyone who dares to offend Voidland will never be forgiven." Since the enemy had shown up right at his doorstep, how could Xianxia back down? Even if Kong Feng was released this time, would Kong Feng and the great force behind him be grateful to him? Enmity had been formed, and there was no possibility of a reconciliation. It was better to cut weeds and pull out roots instead of returning the tiger to the mountains. If Kong Feng was released today, he would certainly return for vengeance in the future. Although a large number of Open Heaven Realm Masters from the 100 Sect Alliance had died here today, that wasn't too significant, but Kong Feng was different. With the execution of Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master in Voidland, Voidland would definitely become famous. This would also serve as an example to others who might want to trifle with Voidland. After this battle, anyone who had plans to cause trouble in Voidland would have to consider whether their necks were tough enough to survive its wrath. Very good. The sword-wielder quickly calmed his rage. He was only angry because Xianxia killed Kong Feng in front of him. He had already opened his mouth to save Kong Feng's life, so killing Kong Feng was nothing short of a slap to his face. But now that Kong Feng was dead, there was nothing to be gained by getting angry unless he had the ability to deal with Zhu Jiuyin and the turtle-shelled old man. The mental discipline of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was naturally extraordinary. Although Kong Feng's death has caused him some humiliation, it had nothing to do with the overall situation. From behind the fog, Xianxia vaguely felt a pair of eyes staring deeply at him. A moment later, the sword-wielder turned and fled, transforming into a stream of light that shot straight into the sky. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master of Myriad Demons Heaven looked Xianxia up and down with a meaningful grin before muttering, "Interesting." After saying that, he left as well. With two divine spirits guarding Voidland and the departure of the sword-wielder, what could he do alone? Despite their immense strength, the 100 Sect Alliance was almost wiped out in this battle. Even Kong Feng, Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master, was captured and beheaded in Voidland. This was probably something that no one would have thought of before today. Except for the Black Prison's Warden Luan Bai Feng, only a few Open Heaven Realm Masters managed to escape. Though their escape was only thanks to the sword-wielder who broke the illusion array, otherwise no one would have escaped today. This news would soon spread and cause a great uproar in the 3,000 worlds. The rise of Voidland would surely attract the attention of many parties. Xianxia looked up to watch the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters leave, feeling unwilling but unable to do anything. Zhu Jiuyin was only responsible for protecting his life, so she was definitely unwilling to fight these two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to the death. I wonder what kind of attitude that turtle-shelled old man has towards this. Xianxia did not know. There was no way for Voidland to force the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to remain if the two divine spirits did not make a move, so Xianxia could only watch them leave. Returning the long sword to Lu Shui, Xianxia instructed, "Close the array, clean up the battlefield, and count the casualties." Everyone responded to the order and began performing their duties. Zhu Jiuyin turned into a stream of light and returned to the place where she was cultivating, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xianxia did not even have time to say anything to her, but as his protector, she stood up when his life was in danger. This was originally agreed upon by the two of them, so there was no need to say anything more. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the turtle-shelled old man whose face was wrinkled into a ball, muttering anxiously, "What a disaster, a disaster." "Old sir," Yang Kai took 2 steps forward and cupped his fist respectfully. "Many thanks to old sir for his assistance today. This junior will remember this favor." When the sword-wielder said he was going to take him away, the turtle-shelled old man spoke up for him. If not, the sword-wielder would definitely not have let him off. Although it was just a few spoken words, it was also a life-saving grace. Furthermore, the result of what happened today was thanks to the sudden appearance of this turtle-shelled old man. Although he did nothing but stand there, speak a little, take an attack, and fall asleep, if he had not appeared, the situation today would not have ended so peacefully and Voidland's fate would have been precarious. The turtle-shelled old man looked at Yang Kai sadly, tapping the floor with his heavy cane. "Little boy, you have caused a huge disaster." Yang Kai wondered, "Oh? What disaster is it?" The turtle-shelled old man replied, "You slapped that guy's face in public and offended a high-rank open heaven realm master. Isn't that a huge disaster?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "Even if I bowed down and gave him what he wanted, he would still have come to provoke my void land again. Since the grudges between us are already irresolvable, it doesn't matter if I slap him once or twice." The old man frowned. "That's true. But," he sighed, "ha! Such misfortune. I have not gotten the chance to ask. How should I address old sir?" Yang Kai had already learned about his cowardice, so he ignored his defeatist mutterings. The turtle-shelled old man looked around without answering, but simply replied, "You clean up first, we can speak later." After saying so, his figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai was stunned. Although there was a huge gap in their strengths, he did not even see how the other person disappeared. However, he seemed to sense something, and looked up at a peak not far away. Yang Kai could never sit idly by when such a powerful, unknown divine spirit was living in Void Land. He had to investigate the old man's details, but fortunately, the turtle-shelled old man showed no malice toward him, even speaking up to protect him instead. That relieved Yang Kai greatly. Plopping himself on the ground, Yang Kai took out a spirit pill and stuffed it into his mouth, closing his eyes to refine it. Although he only oversaw Void Land throughout the battle and did not participate physically, Yang Kai had been controlling the grand array from the outside, which consumed a lot of his energy. Whether it was the bewildering array or the killing arrays, they were all indiscriminate. Anyone would be affected by the grand array as long as they were involved in it. That was why Yang Kai needed to constantly supervise the grand array to create opportunities for those from Voidland to kill enemies while avoiding the negative effects. It was still bearable if supervising was all Yang Kai had to do, but the final layer of the grand array he used to fight against Kong Feng pushed him far beyond that. As a trivial Emperor Realm cultivator, it was extremely taxing for him to fight the enemy while wielding the power of the grand array. With such injuries, it was impossible to recover without 10 days to a half-month of rest, and this was only thanks to Yang Kai's awesome recovery abilities. If he were an average Emperor Realm cultivator, he would have been bedridden for a year and a half at least, but a huge effort meant a huge harvest. Not to mention the mountains of spoils from killing so many people, the deaths of the Open Heaven Realm Masters brought a fundamental enhancement to Void Land. There were quite a few Open Heaven Realm Masters that came with the 100-Sect Alliance, but very few escaped in the end. Among them, many were mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The small universes within the many Open Heaven Realm Masters collapsed when they were killed, releasing their world force into Void Land. As long as Void Land could digest this world force, its foundation would undergo earth-shaking changes. As Void Land's heritage became stronger, the power of the 9 heavenly layers grand array would increase accordingly. The efficiency of cultivators cultivating in Void Land would also increase, and the probability of those who lived here comprehending the Grand Tao would be boosted. If it was not for their incredible heritage, how could the cave heavens and paradises have such breathtaking sceneries? How could their disciples have such rapid cultivation? That was why Yang Kai immediately ordered for the closure of the array. Once the Grand Array was sealed shut, the world force released by the dead Open Heaven Realm Masters would be sealed in Void Land, and over time be absorbed and assimilated by it. Su Yan, Xianxia, and many others including the great emperors rushed over in a hurry. These cultivators from the star boundary had been in retreat for intense cultivation, and now they had all condensed their Tao seals. It was the perfect timing to refine the yin, yang, and 5 elements. They definitely should not waste any time over other things. Nonetheless, what happened today was extremely conspicuous, and it was difficult for them not to notice. However, in such an intense battle, there was not much they could do, so even if they were aware of what was happening, they could only observe from afar and stay hidden. They knew their strength was limited, and they would probably be more of a burden than help if they tried to participate. Now that the overall situation had been decided, they naturally came out. Yang Kai was still tending to his injuries, so second manager Bian Yuqing briefly explained the details of the incident to them. Only then did everyone know that Void Land had survived a great tribulation. The great emperors glanced at each other and turned around to return to their retreat without disrupting Yang Kai, as did Su Yen and the others. It was not that they did not care about the situation in Void Land, but what happened to Void Land today gave them a sense of crisis. Void Land managed to triumph this time, but what about the next time? If they wanted to help, they had to advance to the open heaven realm as soon as possible. So, they were racing against time to cultivate as quickly as they could, not daring to slack off. Yang Kai had created such a good environment for them, one where they did not even need to worry about resources. It would be a waste of Yang Kai's hard work if they did not show some accomplishments. With Yu He's administration, the grand array rolled shut with a loud rumble. The bewildering array was damaged, but the 9 heavenly layers grand array had self-repair abilities, and since Namen Dejun had learned a lot from Grandmaster Wu Liang during the several months of apprenticeship, this damage could be repaired by him. The only issue was that the energy stored in the 9 heavenly layers grand array was completely exhausted. It was no longer possible to stimulate the power of the grand array, and this was a matter that could only be solved with time. The battlefield was cleaned thoroughly as a mountain of corpses was gathered. The 100 Sect Alliance dispatched more than 10,000 people, but only a handful of them had escaped. The intruders who came to Void Land, whether they be Open Heaven Realm Masters or Emperor Realm Cultivators, had suffered heavy casualties, and their scattered corpses had to be found and piled up together. A bloody stench filled the air, but with a wave of her hand, Yuhi burned them all to ashes. The plunder from the thousands of deaths was bountiful. Every cultivator had more than 1 space ring, so Void Land had harvested tens of thousands of space rings. Even if most of these space rings were not filled with abundant riches, the Open Heaven Realm Masters, especially the mid-rank ones, were naturally not poor. Every mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who came here was a representative of their respective sects, so how could they have no savings? For example, Qi Jin, Ling Chunqiu, Old Hong, especially Kong Feng, the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, could never have shabby possessions. However, Yang Kai was not interested in this loot at all and just handed all of it over to second manager Bian Yuqing. Since all the future expenditures of various materials in Voidland would also be managed by her, she naturally would need to tally up these winnings. Young Master, the battlefield has been cleaned. He reported softly after cremating the several thousand corpses. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. His aura was still a little weak and the color had not yet fully returned to his face, but he looked much better than before. Hearing that, he nodded and asked in a low voice, "How about the casualties?" Dozens were injured, but no one died and none suffered serious injuries. They just need some time to recover. Yuhi replied. Yang Kai nodded lightly, letting out a sigh of relief. They fought against the 100 Sect Alliance all by themselves, and not only did the entire enemy army perish, no one from Voidland was even killed. Who would ever believe such an absurd story? How was it possible for one side to be defeated while the other did not suffer any casualties in such a fierce battle? However, it was a fact that none of the 335 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland died. Among these people, 315 were cultivators from Abundance City, about a dozen were from Blood Swan Continent, and the rest were residents of Voidland. One had to say this was nothing short of a miracle. To achieve such a victory was undoubtedly thanks to the power of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array. The more than 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters fought in the bewildering array twice, where the enemy was blinded and confused, and with the addition of Yang Kai's guidance, the victory was almost as easy as breathing. As long as they were careful enough, how could they die? Injuries were inevitable, of course, and with the enemy's desperate counterattack, some were indeed sustained. Slowly getting up, Xianxia's eyes swept over every direction, meeting pair after pair of eyes that flashed with elation. Whether it was a cultivator from Abundance City or Blood Swan Continent, none of them had ever experienced such a fulfilling and satisfying battle before, and through this battle they were able to deeply comprehend the power of their own sect. Being a part of Voidland now was a great honor. We, Voidland, were able to overcome this difficult trial, thanks to everyone's concerted efforts. Many thanks for your hard work. Xianxia's voice boomed loudly. Mome answered, Sect Master is too modest. Now that we are a part of Voidland, we all should contribute when enemies arrive at our borders. We were only able to achieve victory today thanks to Sect Master's constant efforts. Voidland is our home, and we swear to live and die in Voidland. We swear to live and die with Voidland. The world shook with the crowd echoing in unison. Reputation was a wonderful thing. Over 90% of Voidland's open heaven realm masters now were cultivators from Abundance City. Xianxia gave them the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills to help them achieve the open heaven realm, giving them an extra reason to be grateful. Additionally, Xianxia did not reveal a single trace of fear in face of two high-rank open heaven realm masters and even dauntlessly beheaded Kongfeng. This garnered even more of their respect for Xianxia. It could be said that today's victory had laid the foundation for Xianxia's supreme prestige in Voidland. He achieved all of this although he was still just a trivial Emperor Realm cultivator. Everyone was dismissed, each of them looking for a place to heal their wounds, while Bian Yuqin was busy with finalizing the cleanup. Xianxia spent a day in his room recovering from his injuries, but left to visit Zhu Jiuyin once he no longer had difficulty moving about. He wanted to find out more details of the turtle-shelled old man from Zhu Jiuyin. Judging from the warning the woman gave him before, she must have been aware of his existence for some time. Maybe Zhu Jiuyin knew something more about the turtle-shelled old man. However, Zhu Jiuyin's door remained closed, probably busy recovering, or probably just deliberately ignoring him, which made Xianxia extremely frustrated. Unable to talk to Zhu Jiuyin, Xianxia had no choice but to head towards a different peak. This peak was located in Earth Spirit Land. Among the 7 spirit lands of Voidland, Earth Spirit Land was located right in the center and occupied the largest region. The previous main hall of 7 Wonders Land was located in Earth Spirit Land, while now many important halls of Voidland were located here too. Earth Spirit Land was comprised of many spirit peaks, and although the previous battle between Zhu Jiuyin and the 2 high-rank open heavens caused a huge mess and flattened many of them, there were still a lot left. On one of the more inconspicuous peaks, Xianxia sensed the presence of the turtle-shelled old man, not through his aura, but rather by tracing a faint bloodline connection. Xianxia had to understand why this divine spirit was hiding inside Voidland. Based on his stance before, the turtle-shelled old man did not have any malice towards him, but it was always good to be careful in everything. When he came to the peak, Xianxia did not rush up it but gave a respectful salute, greeting in a clear and loud voice, "Junior Xianxia has come to visit Senior. May Senior show himself." After shouting, a fiery red figure rushed down from the peak towards Xianxia. When it got closer, the figure was revealed to be a little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old. She looked exceedingly adorable dressed in a fiery red dress, and even her hair was a brilliant scarlet, weaved into 2 little braids. Her delicate features and tender white skin made her look as though she was a beautiful doll. The little girl stopped in front of Xianxia, clenched her 2 small fists tightly, raised her small head, and looked at him with large, bright, excited eyes. Why you? Young Emma masked. Master. Xianxia hesitated. Who's this girl? Did Voidland not only have a hidden divine spirit, but also a delicate little girl like this? What made Xianxia feel even odder was that the aura of this girl was somewhat familiar to him, as if he had sensed it before. However, it was such a pity for such a dainty little girl to have such a heavy stutter. Nonetheless, although she was small, her strength was immense. The aura she exuded was on par with a mid-rank open heaven realm master, and Xianxia could sense a wisp of monster chi coming from her. Why young? Master. It's a man. The little girl clenched her fists even more tightly as she shouted loudly, blood flushing into her face. Xianxia laughed and comforted. Speak slowly, No one is rushing you. I. I. The little girl drew a big breath, unable to say anything audible and almost suffocating herself. She stomped her feet in frustration, shook her body, and exploded in a bright red flash, transforming into a massive creature in front of Yang Kai. Stepping back quickly, Yang Kai looked up in shock and blurted out in a stunned voice, "Scarlet Flood Dragon?" The creature in front of him was the Scarlet Flood Dragon he brought out from the grand ancient ruins boundary. The Scarlet Flood Dragon shook her head, exclaiming, "And it's me." It was the voice of the little girl from just now, just a little deeper. Yang Kai was both surprised and delighted. "Have you gone through the human form tribulation, and can now take on human form? Any monster beast who wanted to cultivate and have a human form must overcome the difficulty of human form tribulation." A monster beast's human form tribulation was related to its strength and level of sentience. If a monster beast's sentience was developed and strong enough, it could assume human form, but if it was lacking, even the most powerful could not take human form. Therefore, in the 3,000 worlds, even though some monster beasts were as powerful as open heaven realm masters, they were still just beasts unable to assume human form, living on wild instinct alone. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon were both monster beasts born in the grand ancient ruins boundary, and they possessed faint traces of the Dragon clan's bloodline. It was not surprising to have Dragonborn in the grand ancient ruins boundary. After all, Yang Kai found the corpse of an Earth attribute Great Dragon in Sleeping Dragon Mountain and obtained its Earth attribute Dragon Bead, which he used to refine his own Earth element power. Since there was even a true dragon in the grand ancient ruins boundary, how could it be strange to have Dragonborn? If they were not Dragonborn, Yang Kai would not have been able to subdue them so easily back then. Living in the environment of the grand ancient ruins boundary, the strength of these two monster beasts was definitely not low. However, the sentience of both the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon were in a muddy state before, so they could only be regarded as monster beasts. Since Yang Kai took them out of the grand ancient ruins boundary, Zhu Jiuyin would teach them once in a while. After all, they were all natives of the grand ancient ruins boundary. After leaving the grand ancient ruins boundary, Zhu Jiuyin would sometimes feel a bit nostalgic about her home, so she would teach the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon as a way of venting her feelings. In fact, she treated them much better than Yang Kai. Yang Kai also fed the two a lot of dragon blood pills, which greatly improved the purity of their bloodline. With Zhu Jiuyin's occasional training and much purer bloodlines, over time, these two would eventually become capable of assuming human form. Yang Kai had no doubt about this, but he thought the process for this would require a much longer time to achieve, so he never expected to see the human form of the Scarlet Flood Dragon today. Seeing that Yang Kai finally recognized her now, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was obviously elated. She turned back into the little red-haired, fair-skinned girl again. However, probably because it had only just passed her human form tribulation, the transformation this time was not complete. Her tail remained and wagged excitedly, looking extremely strange. The Scarlet Flood Dragon smiled sweetly and stuttered, "Wai Weiyang, Emmas Master, it's me." She must have followed in Yu He's footsteps to address Yang Kai as young master. Yang Kai was shocked. "You're female." The Scarlet Flood Dragon turned and twisted her body, her face flushed red, and she did not say a word while just smiling. Yang Kai added, "But why are you stuttering?" Blood flushed into the Scarlet Flood Dragon's face. "IJJ just learned to talk. So I am not fluent. Why yet?" A sudden realization dawned on Yang Kai, then he chuckled, "I see. Why are you here?" If he was not mistaken, this should be the residence of the turtle-shelled old man. Therefore, he was puzzled to see the Scarlet Flood Dragon's sudden appearance. "Gigi Grandpa T-Turtle asked me to pick you up." It's TT thanks to Grandpapa TT Turtle that Xiao Hei and I see can assume human form. Yang Kai followed Scarlet Flood Dragon all the way up the path as he finally understood why she was here from her spluttery narration. The Dragon Clan bloodline in her and the Earth Dragon's bodies was greatly purified due to extensive feeding of dragon blood pills from Yang Kai. In addition to Zhu Jiuyin's teachings, they were actually not far away from assuming human form. Yesterday, the turtle-shelled old man suddenly appeared, before moving into this peak. The old man must have summoned these two over, and assisted them through their human form tribulation, allowing them to assume human form through some unknown method. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and the hypothesis in his heart was further verified. The peak was exceptionally high, rocky, and rugged, surrounded by clouds and mists. The atmosphere was quite awe-inspiring. There was a cave in the mountainside where Scarlet Flood Dragon led Yang Kai. Inside the cave was an extremely spacious cave, decorated and furnished like a grand hall, that looked quite ancient, and had obviously been here for many years. Yang Kai wondered how long this spirit peak had existed in Earth Spirit Land. He had searched this place before, but never found this cave. This was certainly due to his lack of strength. If the old man intended to hide here, Yang Kai would have no way to find him. The 100 Sect Alliance came to attack. 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters emerged all of a sudden. Zhu Jiuyin turned Voidland upside down. Then the turtle-shelled old man had no choice but to show himself. Since he had revealed himself, there was no need to hide anymore. Inside this cave, 2 figures sat opposite to each other. One was the turtle-shelled old man Yang Kai had met yesterday, while the other was a boy with black skin in a short shirt and messy black hair on his head, looking quite funny. The turtle-shelled old man was caressing the boy's head with a smile and drooping eyes on his face. His 2 long eyebrows hung all the way down to his chest, giving him the demeanor of an immortal sage. Aware of Yang Kai's entry, the boy hurriedly opened his eyes, turned to look at Yang Kai, revealing a look of joy as he jumped towards him. When he got close, he stood still and stared up at him. After his experience with the Scarlet Flood Dragon, Yang Kai certainly could recognize the boy and smiled. "Earth Dragon. Yes. It's me, young master." The boy kept nodding. Apparently, he spoke more fluently than the Scarlet Flood Dragon. At least he did not stutter as much. However, looking at his mouth, Yang Kai's brow couldn't help twitching slightly. In terms of image, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was much more impressive than the Earth Dragon. The appearance of the Earth Dragon could only be described as hideous. Every time he opened his big, wide mouth, highly corrosive mucus spewed everywhere. Even if Yang Kai grew fond of him over time, he would still feel a little disgusted each time he saw this sight. Yang Kai thought that the giant Earth Dragon had changed into human form, taking on the appearance of a cute little boy, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his former drooling image overlapped with his current one. The edges of his big, wide mouth almost reached the root of his ears, and a mouthful of fangs were bared every time he opened his jaw. As soon as he spoke, drool dripped from the corner of his lips, which was then quickly sucked back into the big mouth. Yang Kai's hand could not help reaching his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. "You're here." The turtle-shelled old man sat up and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai did not dare to hesitate, so he hurried forward a few steps and cupped his fist. "Junior Yang Kai greets Senior. Sit down." The turtle-shelled old man gestured. Yang Kai thanked him before sitting on a futon opposite him. The turtleback old man continued, "Xiao Hong. Xiao Hei. Go have fun outside first. I have some things to talk to your young master about." Xiao Hong, Xiao Hei. With a single thought, Yang Kai became aware of who he was referring to. It was the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon. One of them was scarlet red and the other was dark black, so their nicknames were easy to understand. The 2 little ones saluted respectfully and retreated obediently. They both held great respect for this old man who helped them through their human form tribulation. The turtle-shelled old man smiled at Yang Kai. "I know you have many doubts. If you have any questions, just ask. This old master will answer anything if he can." Yang Kai turned solemn as he did have a lot of questions. Since the old man was being so frank, he did not feel the need to act restrained. Still, before he got started, Yang Kai replied sincerely, "Firstly, this junior must thank Senior for his timely assistance." The turtle-shelled old man waved his hand. "Don't worry about it. Even if I didn't show up at that time, there was no way for those 2 to take you away with the protection of that little heavenly moon demon spider that day." Yang Kai nodded. "Although Zhu Jiuyin could have protected me alone, she could not protect the whole of Voidland. It is all thanks to Senior's help that Voidland remained safe and sound." The turtle-shelled old man smiled faintly and said no more. Yang Kai decided to change the topic and went straight to the point. May I ask if Senior is a dragonborn? Since the turtle-shelled old man appeared, Xianxia vaguely felt a connection in their bloodline. Given that Xianxia was now much closer in terms of bloodline to the dragon clan than human, if the old man had connection with him, it was undoubtedly related to the dragon clan. In addition to his help in the human form transformation of Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon, Xianxia's speculation was further affirmed. It was precisely because he, the Scarlet Flood Dragon, and the Earth Dragon were all dragonborn that this old man was willing to help. Good. This old master is indeed a dragonborn. The turtle-shelled old man nodded calmly. Xianxia let out a soft breath. Many doubts were solved. It was exactly because Xianxia was also a dragonborn that this old man jumped out to save him, as they indeed shared some common heritage. Otherwise, as a divine spirit, why bother exposing himself to trouble after hiding in this place for so many years? After pondering for a while, Xianxia proceeded. There is a saying that the divine dragon has 9 sons. Which lineage of dragonborn does Senior belong to? The turtle-shelled old man smiled. Since you know about the divine dragon's 9 sons, do you know what they are? Xianxia counted them out. Qioniu is joyful. Yazi is bloodthirsty. Chao Feng is ominous. Pulao is loud. Swananai is shrouded in fog. Baishi bears a heavy load. Bayan is disputatiousness. Fuxi is depicted on graves and monuments. Qi when swallows oceans. The turtle-shelled old man nodded. Correct. Then Senior. Xianxia looked at him hesitantly, and his eyes brightened. Are you of the Baishi's lineage? Among the 9 sons, other than Baishi, there was nothing else that could match the image of the old man in front of him, which led Xianxia to make such a guess. That's right. This old master is indeed of the Baishi's lineage. Xianxia let out a soft breath. After clearing up this old man's origin and background, Xianxia knew that he truly did not mean to harm him. Since Xianxia had a pure dragon clan bloodline and Baishi was also a dragonborn, they were naturally all one family. Before coming here, Xianxia was still a little vigilant towards this old man. But now he was totally relieved. The old man in front of him was just like his elder. Senior, have you been hiding in Voidland for many years? Xianxia talked to him casually with a smile. Baishi chuckled meaningfully. When this old master fell asleep, there was no void land here. Xianxia patted his own head. This place was originally known as 7 Wonders Land, but after defeating them it changed to Void Land. Baishi beamed. No matter what its name, there was nothing here when this old master first arrived. If that little girl hadn't jumped around on this old master's back so much, this old master wouldn't have awakened at all. He had mentioned this once before, so Xianxia could not help laughing when he heard it again. For a dignified divine spirit like Zhu Jiu-yin to be called a little girl by Baishi was truly. While laughing, Xianxia's face suddenly froze as a sudden realization dawned on him. He stared at the Baishi in front of him with his eyes widened. What does Senior mean? Baishi chuckled. Why do you even bother to ask when you've already guessed the truth? Xianxia could not help gulping, the shock in his eyes becoming increasingly intense. He thought Baishi had been hiding in Void Land, slumbering for centuries or even millennia. But now it seemed that he had made a fundamental mistake. I'll be right back. Saying so, Xianxia hurriedly flew off. With a flicker, he left the cave palace with a surge of space principles and reappeared directly above Void Land. He took out the array jade, surged his power, and stretched out his hand. The churning clouds that enveloped Void Land quickly dissipated, and the entire Void Land was presented clearly to Xianxia's field of vision. After a while of observation, Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air as his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Sect Master! Bianyu Qing suddenly rushed up from below in a panic. What happened? She had been counting and cataloging the tremendous gains from the previous battle when she noticed the sudden change in the 9 heavenly layers grand array. She thought another formidable enemy had come to invade Void Land, only to realize that there was actually no one. Xianxia did not answer immediately but instead continued to scan across the entire length of Void Land. Puzzled, Bianyu Qing quickly stood beside him and followed his eyes. Second manager, look carefully. What does Void Land look like to you? Xianxia suddenly pointed his hand down and asked. Bianyu Qing replied without even thinking, a turtle. Xianxia gaped at her. Bianyu Qing giggled. Doesn't it? We have 7 spirit lands in Voidland, with Earth Spirit Land being the largest, planted right in the middle, representing the turtle shell. Metal, wood, water, and fire spirit land are arranged in the 4 corners of Earth Spirit Land, which correspond to the limbs. Then Yin and Yang spirit lands are located at the top and bottom of Earth Spirit Land, representing the head and tail of the turtle. Isn't it? Indeed. Indeed. Yang Kai nodded lightly and laughed. Why didn't I see it before? Bian Yuqing explained. Sect Master has so many matters to attend to. So how could you have the time to notice something like this? She stopped for a moment, then added, Sect Master, is there any problem with Voidland? Yang Kai grinned. No problem. No problem at all. Ha 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 ha. Still cackling, he dived down again. Bian Yuqing watched him leave, confused, wondering what in the world Yang Kai was thinking. Yang Kai returned to the cave, sat down in front of Bai Shi again, took a deep breath, and asked respectfully, Senior, may I know how old you are? Bai Shi replied, I don't remember. After living for so long, such things tend not to matter anymore. Senior, you're... Yang Kai pointed at Bai Shi, struggling to form a description. Fortunately, Bai Shi knew what he wanted to express and smiled lightly, I am this old master's embodiment. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he became more and more aware of the strength of the man before him. The spear of the high-rank open heaven realm master from myriad demons heaven did not even create a scratch on Bai Shi's embodiment. Bai Shi was also safe and sound, he just needed to shrink into his turtle shell. If a mere embodiment already had such a strong defensive ability, what more need be said about his true form? And Bai Shi's true form was Voidland itself. In other words, Bai Shi was not hidden in Voidland, but instead Voidland was built atop Bai Shi's body. Under the massive Voidland lay Bai Shi's true form, but because the body was too large, it was far more convenient for Bai Shi to use his embodiment to communicate. This explained why Bai Shi was complaining that Zhu Juyin was jumping on his back, since the whole of Voidland was built on his body. He was a true, genuine behemoth. Yang Kai wondered how many years he had to live to reach such an enormous size. However, Yang Kai was a little embarrassed and excited at the same time at the thought that the Voidland he established was actually built on such a divine spirit. It was embarrassing because Bai Shi was a living, breathing creature, a sentient one at that, so it was not exactly polite to build a sect on his back, literally. However, based on Bai Shi's reaction, he did not seem to care that much. If it was not for the intense battle previously, he might still have been asleep. The exciting part was that Bai Shi was formidable, so as long as he was safe, Voidland would never suffer from disaster. Though it was still better to be more cautious. In the case Bai Shi no longer wanted to have a whole sect living on him, Voidland would have to find a place to relocate. After a bit of probing though, Yang Kai realized that Bai Shi obviously did not care about such things, allowing the former to breathe a sigh of relief. Putting his mind at ease, Yang Kai spoke again. As Dragonborn and having lived such a long life, this junior has something to ask Senior. Bai Shi responded, Let's hear it. Does Senior know where Dragon Altar is? Yang Kai had always wanted to find the Dragon Clan. Not to mention that he was considered to be carrying a pure Dragon Clan bloodline. Voidland had more than a dozen Dragon Clan members from Dragon Island. If he could locate Dragon Altar, he could return to his ancestral roots. And if he managed to form a relationship with the Dragon Clan, no one would dare to provoke Voidland anymore. It was a pity that he had only heard of Dragon Altar, but did not know where it was located. Dragon Altar, Bai Shi murmured and sighed slightly. No one can trace Dragon Altar's location except for the true members of the Dragon Clan. Although this old master is also Dragonborn, and has lived an extremely long life, if you asked me where Dragon Altar is, this old master really cannot answer. Even Senior doesn't know? Yang Kai was stunned. Bai Shi answered, the place where the Dragon Clan is established naturally is also the foundation of the Dragon Clan. It is reasonable for no others to be able to pry into it. The Dragon Clan is strong, but equally proud, so they have offended many over the years. If Dragon Altar were to be exposed, it may attract unnecessary trouble. So only true members of the Dragon Clan will know where Dragon Altar is. After a slight pause, Bai Shi looked at Yang Kai curiously. Speaking of which, this old master has something to ask you. Senior, please speak. Yang Kai sat upright. Bai Shi began. The Dragon Clan bloodline in your body is extremely pure and rich. far more so than even this old master's dragon vein. Logically speaking, you should be a member of the dragon clan, but why does this old master have a feeling that you're not? Xianxia laughed. Senior is right. This junior only obtained his dragon clan bloodline because he had fortunately refined a dragon source in his early years. I'm not of dragon clan origin. Baishi was enlightened. So that's the case. That dragon source must be very strong. Xianxia was not sure of that, but judging from the reactions of those from Dragon Island, it was indeed not bad. But this was the outer universe after all. It could be a different case here. If you want to find where Dragon Altar is, this old master can't help you. You can only rely on yourself. Please enlighten me, senior. Xianxia implored politely. With a chuckle, Baishi explained, with such a pure dragon vein, even as a human, your bloodline can be continuously improved. Cultivate diligently while stimulating the power of your dragon source to further refine your bloodline. Keep doing so, and sooner or later you will become a true Dragon Clan member. By then, you will naturally be able to sense where Dragon Altar is. Although Baishi was strong, his Dragon Clan bloodline was not of pure origin, and at his age, he could no longer improve it, so even if he was a rare master in the 3,000 worlds, it was absolutely impossible for him to locate the Dragon Altar. Having said that, Baishi rubbed his hands together a little apologetically with an awkward smile on his face. Someday, this old master would like to ask you, little friend, to take me to Dragon Altar as well. Xianxia looked at him curiously. Baishi explained, this old master is also Dragonborn after all, and Dragon Altar is a supreme existence in the hearts of all Dragonborn. This old master's greatest wish in life is to take a look at the origin of his own bloodline. If this wish can be fulfilled, I will die without regret. Xianxia was stunned but nodded and promised, don't worry, senior, although I don't know when it will happen, that day will come. Baishi lit up at his answer. The old man, Baishi, was very talkative. Xianxia was grateful for his previous help, and in addition to both having dragon veins, they naturally had a sense of familiarity. However, although this old man was so powerful, he was extremely timid. He reminded Xianxia countless times to avoid provoking the cave heavens and paradises. All of cave heavens and paradises were ancient monsters that must not be trifled with. Xianxia naturally nodded and agreed, but felt helpless on the inside. After all, since when did he want to provoke them? It was all because they were anxious that he wanted to achieve the high-rank open heaven realm. That was why he became a target of the 100-sect alliance. But at this point, there was no room for turning back. Presumably, no one would be harassing Void Land again in the short term after the 100-sect alliance was wiped out unless the cave heavens and paradises led the attack in person. However, none of the cave heavens and paradises would be willing to forego their dignity for this. Therefore, as long as Xianxia remained sheltered in Void Land, he should be fine. Now that there were two divine spirits in Void Land, one of which was Baishi, who had lived for countless years. If the enemy did not send an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, there was no way they could do anything to him. After chatting with Baishi for a whole day and obtaining some guidance on how to improve his Dragon Clan bloodline, Xianxia began to feel like he had spent too much time here and finally excused himself. He had not recovered from his injuries completely, but because he wanted to get a feel for Baishi's attitude and background, he decided to prioritize this meeting. Now, Xianxia naturally had to go back to continue his recovery. Before leaving, Baishi stopped him. Little friend, this old master has a presumptuous request. Xianxia replied, Senior, please speak. Baishi answered, this old master won't be falling asleep again for a short while after waking up this time. Time does bring great changes to life after all. The people who used to serve me have all passed away now. So this old master wants to request for those two little ones to keep me company. Xianxia smiled when he heard the words, are Xiao He and Xiao Hong good choices to serve by senior side? Baishi chuckled, and very good. Many thanks, little friend. Xianxia responded, it is their blessing to be able to stay by senior's side since the two of them were only able to pass their human form tribulations after senior's enlightenment. After a pause, Xianxia added, if senior is bored, feel free to go down the mountain more. We have many members of the Dragon Clan in Voidland. It was indeed Xiao Hong's and Xiao Hei's blessing that they could follow Baishi. Baishi had lived for many years and had knowledge to match. Any wisdom that he could pass to them would benefit them for life. Yang Kai also wanted to get closer to Baishi, so he took this opportunity to do him a favor. After returning to his own room, Yang Kai continued to heal while in retreat. 10 days later, in the main conference hall of Earth Spirit Land, Yang Kai sat at the head seat, with the left and right protectors Yu He and Mo Mei to his left and right. Further below were the members of the Elder Council. Yu He and Mo Mei were Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, while among the members of the Elder Council, other than Chen Tianfei being a Fourth Order, the rest were all Fifth Order. Voidland had now become a place full of upcoming talents, and not many places in the entire 3,000 worlds could compare with them. Furthermore, Voidland was founded just a few years ago. Compared to it, how many generations had those top-tier second-class great forces inherited to become where they were today? Of course, Voidland had the upper hand mostly thanks to the recruitment of the Abundance City cultivators, but this was also due to Yang Kai's capabilities. It was the first time that the leaders of Voidland had gathered for such a meeting to discuss its future direction. However, before that, they talked to each other about all the gains and losses of the previous battle. Although it was a landslide victory for Voidland, it did not mean that they did not make any mistakes. Any great force that rose would have to go through all kinds of hardships. Such a battle was the nutrient and catalyst for the growth of Voidland, and it only did good to Voidland but no harm. The scene of everyone's bustling discussion was rather lively. When the crowd calmed down a little, Yang Kai started. Although our Voidland has won a complete victory in this battle, we shouldn't take things lightly. Don't ever think that the great forces of 3,000 worlds are easy to bully. This time we had the upper hand because the enemy had extremely limited or outright inaccurate information about us and the power of our grand array, which is why we could have such outstanding results. If Kong Feng had known the heritage of our void land in advance, it would have been a far, far more difficult battle. Everyone should strive to cultivate and strengthen yourselves going forward. Everyone naturally agreed with him. After all, they were already aware of this without Yang Kai needing to say it. Although there were a lot of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, 99% of them had only just broken through. They were insufficient in terms of heritage and their foundations weren't even stable yet. When fighting alone with the cultivators in the same realm, they would obviously be put at a disadvantage. Regarding this, Yu He and Mo Mei clearly experienced it, especially Mo Mei. When she was fighting against Luan Baifeng, she was being suppressed almost the whole time and could only keep defending. However, they would need a lot of resources if everyone started cultivating, especially open heaven pills and cultivation materials of all orders would be in high demand. If they did not recently experience such a battle, the finances in Voidland would be tight again. Fortunately, they had killed almost 10,000 enemies in the recent battle, and gained many spoils of war, which was sufficient to meet the needs of Voidland for a short time. Second Manager Bian Yuqing immediately stood up and briefly reported the amount seized. After listening for a while, Yang Kai nodded lightly and ordered, "Second Manager, please take care of the matter of cultivation resources. We must make sure we meet the needs of all cultivators in the sect." Bian Yuqing replied respectfully, "Yes." A contribution point system had been implemented in Voidland now. All the cultivators who participated in the previous battle had earned a large number of contribution points and could exchange them for the resources they needed. As for how to keep supply and demand in balance, Yang Kai did not need to worry about it, for Bian Yuqing and the Elder Council would come up with a solution. Yang Kai looked around as his fingers gently clasped the armrest of his chair as he added, "But we can't just sit idly and consume our resources. Any great force that wishes to prosper needs a variety of income sources, which our Voidland currently lacks. Although we earned a great deal this time, sooner or later, there will come a day when those spoils will be depleted. If we want to grow and flourish in the future, we need to start earning as well." Yun Xinghua immediately cupped his fist. "Sir, please allow this subordinate to return to the Star City. I will definitely take care of it well for Sir." Yang Kai responded, "Naturally, we can't lose the Star City as it is our greatest source of income and will likely continue to be so in the future. However, with the current scale of the Star City, I'm afraid it won't be sufficient to supply Voidland in the long run. In the past, the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland was small, so the income of the Star City could still balance the budget and even run a small surplus. But the situation was different now. With the addition of more than 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters all at once, the daily consumption of Open Heaven pills alone became a massive number, so the revenue of the Star City was falling far short.
Xianxia looked around and asked, "Does anyone have any good ideas?" The group from Abundance City looked around at each other but did not know what to do. After all, they just entered the outer universe and knew nothing about the outside world.
Since now the topic was about the continuous development of Voidland, what good suggestions could they give?
Xianxia pondered a little and then cupped his fist. "Sir, perhaps we could find a way to procure more resources in Void territory." Xianxia turned to look at him. "Tell me more." Xianxia explained, "In any great territory, there are many great forces and universe worlds.
The periphery of these great forces and the various universe worlds should have been developed long ago. If there were resources anywhere, they would have been pocketed by others by now. However, this does not mean that there is no value in searching the rest of the great territory. Perhaps there are some unknown places that contain undiscovered resources, especially the existence of universe cave heavens and universe paradises. A universe paradise was found 3,000 years ago in our Shocking Swan territory, inside Shocking Swan Pavilion's domain.
It was precisely because of the development of that universe paradise that Shocking Swan Pavilion became the overlord of Shocking Swan territory." Xianxia raised his brow.
A universe paradise? Universe paradises and universe cave heavens were the small universes left behind after the death of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The small universes of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were essentially no different from true universe worlds. Therefore, after such a master's death, there was a chance that the small universes in their body would not collapse but instead maintain its structure and merge with the void. The remnant of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's death would be a universe paradise, while the remnant of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's death would be a universe cave heaven.
Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven.
Xianxia continued, "Since ancient times, how many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters have been born in the 3,000 worlds?
After the death of those high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, the small universes in their bodies will sometimes be left behind. Although most high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters will return to their native territories before death, there are always exceptions.
It could be said that almost every great territory of the 3,000 worlds has universe paradises and universe cave heavens. However, the entrances of these places are always closed and ordinary people can't enter them at all. So, it's natural to not be able to find them."
Xianxia nodded lightly.
Xianxia added, "Therefore, as long as we can find such an entrance, we can inherit all the legacies of that fallen high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master." All high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had extremely abundant heritages. One could infer by the example of the situation in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. To the side, Chun Tianfei frowned. "I'm afraid it will not be that easy." Xianxia cupped his fist as he replied, "If we don't even try, we will never know. There may be some opportunities. This subordinate should bear the burden of this search for Sir, but regarding this matter, it would be better to have someone with higher cultivation handle it." Pang Duo immediately got up and offered himself. "I'll go," Xianxia quickly proclaimed.
"Elder Pang is a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it would be appropriate for him to carry out this task. Moreover, even if we can't find a universe cave heaven or universe paradise, it would still be worth it if we found some undiscovered universe world or spirit province." Xianxia pondered for a while and announced,
"Let's discuss this again next time." Although the legacies of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were truly attractive and it would be of great help to Voidland if such a legacy could be found, there was no trace of such things appearing in Void territory for so many years. If they looked for it now, they might not be able to find anything. The Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland needed time to consolidate their cultivations, so there was no time to waste for the time being. It would not any too late to look for such buried treasure when Voidland had completely stabilized in the future. Yuhi proposed, "It seems that we can only expand the scale of the Star City for now. If the scale of the Star City expands, we could increase our income." Xianxia smiled lightly. "I think so too." But Yuhi was still a little worried. "But young master, given that Voidland has just encountered a great battle, and with the rumors surrounding the Star City from before, The fame and reputation that was gained has almost all been used up. Although we don't know what the situation in the Star City is now, it certainly will not be good. Before, Voidland attracted a large number of great forces by marketing complete sets of fifth-order materials, which brought the Star City its short-lived prosperity. However, with the invasion of the 100 Sect Alliance and with Yun Xinghua and the others who were guarding the Star City captured alive, it must be in a mess now. The news of this battle would definitely spread too. Of course, it would make Voidland famous, but it would not sweep away the many negative effects either. If someone was afraid of Heavenly Sword Union or the other sects in the 100 Sect Alliance, they may not have the courage to trade in Void Star City again. Furthermore, there were some cave heavens and paradises backing Heavenly Sword Union. No one dared to offend the cave heavens and paradises by visiting Void Star City. If no one came, the Star City would naturally be deserted. Therefore, being able to maintain the Star City was already good enough, while expanding it seemed hopeless. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Since fame can be depleted, it can naturally be regained too. As long as Voidland offers up something attractive enough, why would we worry about customers not coming? Yui looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. What young master means is, Yang Kai answered, if we sell Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, I believe the Star City will soon become famous. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill could greatly improve the chance of a cultivator successfully breaking through to the open heaven realm. Such a good thing would be coveted by everyone, leading to a huge demand for it. Even the cave heavens and paradises would want these pills too. It could be imagined that once this news was spread, perhaps the entire 3,000 worlds would go crazy about it. By then, countless people would flock to Void Star City. But young master, if we do this, all of Voidland's open heaven realm masters would be needed to guard the Star City. Yui frowned. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was an enviable treasure. Without enough power to keep watch over the Star City, it would be difficult to guarantee that it would not lead to riots. Thus, even if all the Voidland open heaven realm masters were dispatched, they may not be able to prevent such riots from occurring either. This was tantamount to playing with fire. But if all the open heaven realm masters in Voidland were dispatched at the same time, what would happen to the headquarters? It took a huge amount of resources to construct the 9 heavenly layers grand array, so how could they just give it up? Not to mention the more than 600,000 disciples Yang Kai brought over from the star boundary to Voidland. It was impossible for him to abandon them. In short, with Voidland's current situation, they had to choose between the headquarters or the Star City to care for. It was obvious to everyone, and worry filled their faces as soon as they heard Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I have a plan, don't worry. If it was before, Yang Kai may not have come up with this idea. Voidland was his roots, the foundation of his foothold in the 3,000 worlds. Hundreds of thousands of disciples lived here, so he would be reluctant to give it up no matter what. He would rather allow the Star City to slowly deteriorate. Doing so would likely lead to Void Star City existing in name only within a few years. But after learning about Bai Shi, a very bold idea crept into Yang Kai's mind. Of course, if this idea was to be realized, old man Bai Shi would need to cooperate with them. Yang Kai felt that this wouldn't be much of an issue though. Developing the Star City, expanding its scale, and re-establishing its popularity was a necessity to ensure Voidland's continued growth. For one, without the stable income provided by the Star City, the cultivation resources in Voidland would become a problem sooner rather than later. For another, the high-ranking element material that Yang Kai needed might be found in this Star City if it expanded enough. The ambush by the 100 Sect Alliance made Yang Kai realize that there were some cave heavens and paradises that were already getting anxious to bring him down, and were prepared to suffocate him, a potential future threat, while he was still in the cradle. In this case, it was impossible for him to search for the cultivation resources he needed outside. Otherwise, he would be creating chances for others to kill him. The proprietress told him before that she would help him look for a high-ranking element treasure, but even as a 6th-order open heaven realm master, the proprietress would need to be extremely lucky to obtain such a rare and valuable resource. It was not that Yang Kai did not trust the proprietress, but the current situation gave him a new sense of urgency. He needed to improve his strength and fast. If he could get what he needed himself, he would not need to trouble the proprietress.
Yang Kai still did not know that the proprietress had already stormed into a forbidden zone with the 3 shop hands from First In just to look for a high-ranking element material for him inside. With the presence of the proprietress, there was a high chance of success. It was precisely because of this news that Kong Feng had rushed the ambush with the 100 Sect Alliance. Otherwise, it would be too late once the proprietress returned and Yang Kai managed to condense a high order in element power. In the current situation, if Yang Kai could not search for resources outside, he could only wait for others to deliver what he needed to his door. But if he had nothing to offer them, how was he going to attract others to trade here? Therefore, the reputation of Void Star City needed to be raised, and all he could use now was the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. Yang Kai was aware of the various risks that selling the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill could bring, but he had no choice. Compared to the risks involved, the possible gains were far greater. High-rank materials were hard to find, but Yang Kai was sure that the major cave heavens and paradises would have some. So, to get his hands on a high-rank element treasure, he would need to start with the cave heavens and paradises. There were 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises. While he was an eyesore to some and they wanted to clip his wings before he could fly, some just stood by and watched idly, while a few even wanted to win him over. There were differing opinions about him. However, regardless of which cave heaven or paradise it was, none of them would be willing to watch him achieve the high-rank open heaven realm directly. As proof, Chu Huashang from Inyang Cave Heaven proposed he marry into their sect, but even that came with the prerequisite that he only break through to the 6th order open heaven realm. Could be said that Inyang Cave Heaven had given him the warmest attitude, but could Yang Kai accept such a condition? His foundation was so solid that if he did not achieve the high-rank open heaven realm directly, he would regret it for the rest of his life. So, even though he had a close personal relationship with Chu Huashang, Yang Kai did not hesitate to reject Inyang Cave Heaven's proposal. He was well aware that all troubles would be gone as long as he joined Inyang Cave Heaven, but the stability that came at the cost of his own future might not last forever, for he feared that his regrets would overwhelm him in the future and hinder his martial Tao. No cave heaven or paradise would allow him to break through to the 7th order open heaven realm, but that was only while Yang Kai was not qualified to speak and trade with them on even terms. However, with the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills in his possession, Yang Kai was sure they would be moved. As long as they were tempted, there would be a possibility for an exchange. Aside from the cave heavens and paradises, there just might be a cultivator out in the vast 3,000 worlds who possessed a high-rank element material. However, due to its exceedingly high value, even if someone did obtain such a treasure, they may not have the courage to take it out. There would probably be some who possessed such treasures but kept them hidden. People like this probably would not be very strong, but they may have descendants or disciples who could possibly advance to the open heaven realm. Regardless of the circumstances, the high-ranking element treasure that Yang Kai needed had to fall into the Star City, and using the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill was the best bait. With all these considerations, the expansion of the Star City became inevitable. Regarding the matter of Void Land and Void Star City, Yang Kai had made a decision. Since he said that he would take care of everything, even if others were still feeling doubtful, they dared not say anything more. Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai ordered a number of open heaven realm cultivators to head to the subordinate sects under Void Land in order to ask them to contribute some territory to expand the Star City. Voidland was not the only great force in Void territory. There were also 7 third-class great forces such as Golden Light Dock and Soaring Crane Sect, but even the strongest among these third-class great forces were still just third-order open heaven realm masters. They used to serve 7 Wonders Land, so after 7 Wonders Land was replaced by Voidland, they naturally followed the lead of Voidland. In the 3,000 worlds, the structure of these great forces had always been a hierarchical one. Each of these third-class great forces watched over a few universe worlds. Now that Yang Kai had requested to expand the scale of the Star City, they agreed as it was not a big deal, nor did they dare to refuse to contribute some spirit peaks from their universe worlds to the process. After the discussion was over, the crowd dispersed, and Yang Kai made another trip to Dragon Sun's Peak. Now that Bai Shi lived on that spirit peak, there had to be a name for it, and Yang Kai took it upon himself to name it Dragon Sun's Peak. They met and talked, and Yang Kai left after less than a stick of incense. Yang Kai came for a favor this time, and since it was just a small effort for Old Man Bai Shi, he did not refuse. After a few days, everything was prepared.
Yang Kai stood in the air above Voidland, while a group of open heaven realm masters looked up from below. Waiting silently below were not just the many open heaven realm masters, but also many other cultivators who had received the news. Everyone in Voidland, regardless of who, had received the same instructions. Do not enter seclusion that cannot be interrupted, because there would be a lot of movement in Voidland today.
If one was disturbed at a critical moment, they may be injured. Yang Kai personally sent someone to pass down this order, and everyone naturally attached great importance to it. The several great emperors gathered together, and Zhan Wuhen looked at the sky in confusion, muttering, "What is that brat doing?" Mo Huang urged, "Why not just go and ask if you want to know?" Zhan Wuhen turned to look at him, "Why don't you ask?" Mo Huang shrugged. "I'll know in a moment anyway, why bother asking?" After speaking, Mo Huang and Zhan Wuhen looked at each other for a moment before they turned away from each other. How noble were the two great emperors back in the star boundary. When faced with this situation, they would definitely rush forward without hesitation to demand, "Brat, what are you doing?" And that brat would probably not dare to hide anything. But now they did not think of asking at all.
It was not that they had no courage, rather it was because Yang Kai was now dealing with all kinds of open heaven realm masters, and they were not capable enough to interfere.
They were not able to help in the battle against foreign enemies just recently, which really made them, the great emperors, very uneasy. Mo Huang took a breath and declared, "We have to advance to the open heaven realm as soon as possible." All the great emperors nodded like chickens pecking rice.
Elsewhere, Yu He and Mo Mei came together. "Big sister Yu He, what is Sect Master doing?" Mo Mei asked curiously. Yu He shook her head slowly. "I don't know. Young Master just said that there may be a large movement today, but that everyone doesn't need to panic." Mo Mei was surprised. "You don't know either?" In Voidland, the closest person to Yang Kai outside his wives was definitely Yu He, so Mo Mei naturally thought Yu He would know something about this, but even she had no clue. Yu He smiled slightly. "Since Young Master has given such an order, he must have his own plans. We just need to wait and watch." Mo Mei nodded and agreed, still puzzled. The meeting before was regarding the Star City's expansion and raising its popularity. In fact, Yang Kai had also immediately sent representatives to their subordinate forces to get them to contribute land to expand the size of the Star City. The various signs showed that Yang Kai would be focusing on Void Star City, and manpower was needed to develop the Star City. So why were they all assembled here in the headquarters, just waiting? As they were all wondering, they heard Yang Kai's booming voice from above, "It's time, senior." From the depths of Voidland came the voice of the turtle-shelled old man from that day. "It's just a minor matter, everyone stand firm." When the words fell, rumbling sounds suddenly came from all over Voidland and the ground shook violently. Countless cultivators lost their balance and many almost fell to the ground, forcing them to fly up into the sky. In an instant, the sky above Voidland was densely filled with human figures. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Voidland as if a sleeping dragon was awakening. The aura was so powerful that it even terrified sixth-order open heaven realm masters like Yu He and Mo Mei. Fortunately, the aura was retracted a moment later, otherwise, the hundreds of thousands of weak disciples in Voidland would not have been able to survive. With such a big movement, Voidland seemed like it was about to collapse and everyone was naturally terrified. Mo Mei turned her head to look around, trying to figure out what was happening. But her eyes soon bulged as she pointed in a certain direction and exclaimed, "Big sister Yu He, look over there." Yu He's gaze followed Mo Mei's finger, her hand flying to her red lips when she saw what her fellow protector was pointing at. In that direction, where the ground was shaking, a huge head had suddenly appeared. A gargantuan behemoth that appeared like the head of a turtle had emerged at the location of Yang Spirit Land, with the entire Yang Spirit Land planted on this head. Yu He suddenly seemed to realize something and she quickly soared into the air. When she turned around to look, thick and outrageously massive feet emerged beneath metal, wood, water, and fire spirit land. When she looked down further beneath Een Spirit Land, there was even a tail. A picture was drawn in her mind involuntarily. The entire void land seemed to be carried on the back of a giant turtle. Yu He was stunned. She had lived here for years now, but she never once thought that such a huge secret was ever hidden under void land. In conjunction with the appearance of the turtle-shelled old man a few days ago, she vaguely had an idea of the situation. The open heaven realm masters were both horrified and shocked at the sight of old man Baishi's true form, but more than anything, they were excited. Ao, Baishi raised his head and let out a long, earth-shaking howl that shook the world, then slowly turned his body and moved his limbs in the direction that Yang Kai pointed, carrying the entire void land in the direction of the Star City. While his movements were not fast, his speed was anything but slow. Everyone in Voidland felt a rapid acceleration and soon saw the outside world moving backwards as quickly as lightning. Realization dawned, and Mo exclaimed, "So this is Sect Master's plan." With the current strength of Voidland and the enemies it had made, they could only choose between their headquarters and the Star City, abandoning the other. However, if the entire Voidland was migrated next to the Star City, the problem would be solved. For others, relocating a headquarters was a near impossible task, but it was not a problem for Voidland. Looking at the entire 3,000 worlds, Voidland was probably the only sect which could so easily do something like this. It was impossible for any of the cave heavens or paradises to emulate. With the help of this giant divine spirit, Yang Kai did not need to worry about the rest. All he needed to do was to give Baixi a direction, and the latter would carry Voidland towards the Star City. The journey took only 7 days. During that time, Peng Duo received orders from Yang Kai to bring some subordinates to check out the situation in the Star City ahead of them. After Yun Xinghua and the others were captured by Heavenly Sword Union while on duty in the Star City, no one knew what the situation had become. Since they planned to remodel and reinvigorate the Star City, much more focus would be placed on operating it as well. On Dragon Sun's peak, Yang Kai and Old Man Baishi sat opposite each other, a chessboard planted between them, while Xiao Hong and Xiao He served tea. Baishi was a superb chess player, and Yang Kai was clearly not worthy to be his opponent. His soldiers were annihilated after 2 to 3 rounds, sending them flying pell-mell, while Yang Kai scratched his head and ears in embarrassment. Baishi was quickly bored. "Boy, your skills are quite lacking. It's quite boring to play with you." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him, fighting the urge to simply flip the board. After getting along for a few days, the both of them became better acquainted. Yang Kai found that although this old man had extraordinary strength and knowledge, he was not the slightest bit pretentious. He was friendly and amiable, so Yang Kai naturally did not need to act overly polite. While cracking his neck to try to break the game plan, Yuhi suddenly stepped in. "Young master, we are approaching the Star City." "Oh? We're here already? That was fast." Yang Kai hurriedly got up, accidentally scattering the remaining chess pieces in his hand onto the board, completely messing up the arrangement. Patting his butt, he loudly declared, "Let's go and have a look." Old Man Baishi naturally grabbed him. "Where are you going? Finish this game first." Yang Kai looked down at the chessboard and snickered. "This board is a mess now. How can we continue to play?" "I'll accompany Senior again when I have time." Baishi was relentless, smelly brat. "Cheating and running away is not a good thing," Yang Kai retorted. "Important matters come first, and there will be plenty of chances to play again in the long run. Why are you in such a hurry?" Baishi shook his head. "I don't care. You are not allowed to leave until the game is over." Yang Kai had been humiliated by him on numerous occasions over the past few days. This old man had a bad habit of taunting Yang Kai verbally while crushing him at chess, and was thoroughly enjoying it. Perhaps he was just too bored after having been asleep for way too long. Yang Kai simply had enough. Now that he had an excuse to leave, why would he remain? But the old man continued holding on to him. Speechless, Yang Kai rolled his eyes before pointing at Yuhi. "Old man, if you want to play chess, just ask her. Yuhi's chess skills are far superior to mine. She will teach you how high the heavens are and how thick the earth is." "Me?" Yuhi blinked and pointed at her nose. Yang Kai shook off Baishi's hand in a moment of distraction, yanked Yuhi over and pushed her down on his seat, encouraging earnestly, "This old guy likes to play chess, you accompany him." "But young master, it's been decided." Yang Kai did not dare to stay any longer, and immediately fled after he finished speaking. Yuhi and Baishi stared at each other. After a long time, Yuhi forced a smile. "Please show mercy, Senior." The Star City was right in front of them.
Standing above Voidland, one could already make out the outline of the spirit province it was located on. Speaking of which, Xianxia had never been to Void Star City, and he did not even know the scale of his own Star City until now. From the looks of it right now, this Star City did not seem to be impressive. Compared with an ordinary medium-sized Star City, it was even slightly inferior, not to mention comparing it to Thousand Bird Star City. However, Xianxia believed that as soon as the news of the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill got out, Void Star City would be crowded. A group of people approached and Xianxia reached out to open the Grand Array, allowing them to fly straight into Voidland. It was Pang Duo and the others. Sect Master. Pang Duo cupped his fists. Xianxia nodded and asked, "How's the situation over there?" Pang Duo replied, "When this subordinate and the others arrived, the Star City was practically empty, with only a few people left." Xianxia nodded. It was just as he expected. Voidland was invaded by the 100 Sect Alliance, and everyone would have agreed that Voidland was done for. Since this Void Star City was the Star City under Voidland's jurisdiction, who would dare to stay here? If the 100 Sect Alliance came to cause trouble after their victory, anyone left here would surely suffer a tragic fate. The merchants who originally entered the Star City had withdrawn one after another, so naturally there would not be too many people left. However, no one would have thought that the 100 Sect Alliance would be completely crushed by Voidland, with almost their entire force being wiped out. Even the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was beheaded by Xianxia's sword and died. The current mess in Void Star City was due to the lack of hope for Voidland and the lack of order maintained. After Pang Duo and the others arrived, they immediately set about rectifying the situation. Although it had only been a few days, order had been restored to the Star City, but nothing could be done about the ghostly stillness due to extreme lack of population. If this situation continued, it would not be long before all the merchants in the Star City left, and Void Star City would only exist in name. But now that Xianxia had relocated Voidland, and with the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill as his ace, it was only a matter of time before the popularity of the Star City was revived. Pang Duo added, Golden Light Dock, Soaring Crane Sect, and the other third-class forces all heeded the orders and brought some spirit land to expand the scale of the Star City. I believe it won't take long to complete. Xianxia nodded. Offer them our sincere thanks. Second Manager. Bian Yuqing stepped forward and reported, Sir, go back and give them some compensation. Voidland does not take advantage of others. Although these third-class sects swore loyalty to Voidland and dared not complain even if they were not compensated, the spirit lands they contributed were all taken out from their respective headquarters or subordinate universe worlds, which would naturally cause some damage to their respective heritages. It was understandable to compensate them with something. Bian Yuqing received the order and quickly moved to carry it out. While they were speaking, the Star City had come into full view. It was impossible for the cultivators in the Star City to miss the massive void land charging at them through the void. Expressions of shock and confusion were etched on their faces. Some timid ones had even fled for fear that void land would crash into the Star City. They did not want to fall victim to such a tragedy. The remaining cultivators continued to watch, but they looked as though they were ready to run at any time. Fortunately, void land was clearly decelerating, and it came to a stop just 100 kilometers away from the Star City. This situation relieved the anxious cultivators in the Star City who were about to escape. But the situation in front of them really puzzled them. What was going on? However, they were astonished again when they saw the giant turtle below Voidland. Since Baishi's true form had been revealed, he did not bother to conceal himself anymore. It would be known sooner or later, so it was meaningless to hide. However, it was still a true rarity to witness such a giant turtle shuttling through the void with a great spirit province carried on its back. Just as the cultivators in the Star City were whispering amongst themselves, a group of people suddenly flew out from Voidland and headed straight to them in a vigorous and imposing manner. The leader was naturally Xianxia, followed by many Open Heaven Realm Masters beside him. Xianxia and the others soon stopped in the sky over the Star City before the eyes of everyone. With a quick scan, Xianxia took in the situation below. The condition of the Star City was neither bad nor good, which was expected. However, regardless of its condition, it would develop slowly in the future.
In the crowd, an elderly man bravely stepped out, cupped his fists and greeted. So it is Sir Yun. This old man greets Sir Yun. Yun Xinghua, who was standing not far behind Yang Kai, looked down and recognized the man. He had been taking care of the Star City for a while now, and was naturally familiar with these merchants. He glanced at Yang Kai, then nodded when Yang Kai remained indifferent. So it is Shopkeeper Tong. Shopkeeper Tong replied, I heard that Sir Yun was captured by wicked evildoers recently. This old man had been feeling uneasy and wanted to help, but was helpless due to his old age and failing strength. Now that Sir Yun has returned safely, this old man can finally breathe easy.
Sir Yun is indeed a good person blessed with luck. Shopkeeper Tong appeared to be quite old, but he was only a second-order open heaven realm master. At first glance, he looked like a person from a humble background.
There were countless cultivators in the outer universe, and most weren't as lucky as the disciples of Voidland who had a good cultivation environment and abundant cultivation resources. With limited aptitude and resources, even if many cultivators could reach the open heaven realm, it would only be the trivial second order, and they would remain in that order until they passed away. Even among the more than 300 open heaven realm masters from Abundance City, 89 of them were second order, not to mention cultivators from other places. For people like Shopkeeper Tong, an open heaven realm master with no background and low strength, it was extremely difficult to survive in the 3,000 worlds. He worked hard all his life, spending most of his savings just to finally manage to open a shop in Void Star City and start a small business. He did not need to worry about food and shelter for now, but the sudden calamity in Void Star City had chased away most of the cultivators who came to shop or work here. Shopkeeper Tong was unable to sleep due to anxiety these days. What business could he do when the Star City was desolate?
If he had no business, how could he survive in the future?
He wanted to leave, but where could he go? He didn't have enough funds left to set up another store elsewhere, and he could not bear to let go of the one that he spent most of his life's savings to purchase. It could be said that most of the cultivators still left in the Star City were in the same situation as Shopkeeper Tong. It was hard to say if his intentions to help Yun Xinghua were real or not, but it was not false that he sincerely hoped that Yun Xinghua would return. The law and order of the Star City was managed quite well when Yun Xinghua was in charge, so at least no one came to cause trouble during that time. After Yun Xinghua was captured, Shopkeeper Tong's business plummeted, and scoundrels were attracted to the unguarded Star City from time to time, causing him so much trouble that he had to keep his shop closed. Therefore, his words seemed very sincere. After speaking, Shopkeeper Tong cupped his fist again. Sir Yun, the Star City is in chaos now. This old master pleads for Sir Yun to stand up and preside over the situation quickly. Behind Shopkeeper Tong, a group of shopkeepers cupped their fists one after another. Please take charge of the situation, Sir Yun. Yun Xinghua heard the words and replied, Shopkeepers, please remain calm. Sir Yang, sect master of Voidland, has now arrived to rectify the situation in the Star City.
This Yun is simply a subordinate of Sir Sect Master and has only been obeying orders. Although many shopkeepers had noticed Yang Kai heading this group, they did not know him, so they could only address Yun Xinghua. Now listening to Yun Xinghua's introduction, they all cupped their fists to greet him in unison. Greetings, Sect Master Yang. Yang Kai's Emperor Realm aura was obvious, but despite that, none of the many low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters present underestimated him. To be able to lead such a large group of Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai's identity and status no longer had anything to do with his cultivation. Moreover, when even Yun Xinghua, a dignified Fourth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, claimed to be a mere subordinate of this young man, how could they dare to regard him as an ordinary Emperor Realm Junior? Yang Kai nodded lightly. This king understands all of your concerns, but please rest assured. The reason Voidland has migrated here today is to revitalize this Star City. When everyone heard the words, they looked at each other and were overjoyed. They initially did not understand why Voidland had to migrate its headquarters, but now they heard that it was all to revive this Star City, so how could they not be happy? They could feel Voidland's determination from this act alone. After all, Voidland was a second-class great force with many Open Heaven Realm Masters. If they focused on resurrecting the Star City, the situation should not be too bad in the future. Another person asked worriedly, Sect Master Yang, I heard that many great forces led by Heavenly Sword Union were causing trouble in Voidland. What is the situation now? If they were to make a living in Void Star City in the future, it was only reasonable that they paid close attention to the relationships Voidland had so as not to be affected by their disputes. Yun Xinghua sneered, that group of pitiful weaklings?
What could have they done? The Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, was beheaded by Sect Master Yang, and the 100 Sect Alliance was wiped out. Exclaims and gasps resounded loudly as everyone was stunned. Although the Star City did receive similar rumors that the 100 Sect Alliance was eliminated, and even Kong Feng was killed, no one had confirmed them yet. The incident happened not long ago, so the news has not fully spread out. As such, no one knew the full details of what happened. But since Yun Xinghua had said so, it must not be wrong. How powerful was Voidland that even the 100 Sect Alliance was annihilated, while Kong Feng, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was executed. If this was all true, Voidland was definitely a top-tier second-class great force. Besides the cave heavens and paradises, there probably was not a more powerful existence than Voidland in the 3,000 worlds. The strength of Voidland naturally gave these people a sense of security. Shopkeeper Tong and the others were instantly overjoyed, secretly feeling affirmed that their decision to not abandon their businesses was the right one. Yang Kai's voice echoed loudly, the Star City now lies in ruins and we, Voidland, have the intention to remodel it completely. We of course won't disappoint. This king is gratified that you chose to stay and weather through this period of difficulty with Voidland. To thank you all, this king has decided that after 3 days, an auction will be held by Voidland, and all are invited to attend. Shopkeeper Tong was puzzled. Auction? May I ask what sect Master Yang is planning to auction? Yang Kai smiled slightly and replied lightly, a Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill? Some were puzzled. Obviously, they had never heard of the spirit pill before, which was not odd seeing how it had essentially been extinct for thousands of years. Unless one was extremely knowledgeable in spirit pills, rarely would anyone have heard about it. However, although the number of people present was not large, there were still some who knew about the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, so audible gasps were heard coming from around the crowd. Yang Kai did not explain too much and simply replied, after 3 days, if you are free, please join in the fun. There might even be a pleasant surprise for some of you. After saying so, he left, leading the group of people to continue to survey the situation in the Star City. After everyone from Voidland left, the cultivators left behind burst into excited whispers. Since some people knew about the amazing effects of the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, the information naturally spread quickly, and for a time all the cultivators wore faces of disbelief. Most of these cultivators in the Star City who were only in the Emperor Realm and did not have an excellent aptitude. If they wanted to break through to the Open Heaven Realm, they were bound to face huge risks. One careless mistake could cost them their life. However, with the help of a Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, their chances for success would improve greatly. Who would not be moved by such an opportunity? Not to mention the Emperor Realm cultivators, even Shopkeeper Tong and the other Open Heaven merchants were extremely excited. They may have already advanced to the Open Heaven Realm, but who among them did not have a disciple or descendants? However, at the thought of the preciousness and rarity of the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, these people became a little disheartened. Without millions of Open Heaven pills, it would only be a dream to get their hands on such a treasure. In the crowd, Shopkeeper Tong fell silent for a long time before he suddenly smacked his cheeks with both hands and summoned a young man. Here, quickly liquidate everything in the store, even if we need to take a bit of a loss. It's important that we convert everything we have into Open Heaven pills as soon as possible. Tong, he asked haltingly after hearing the order. Grandpa, are you going to participate in the auction of the spirit pill? Don't tell me you've gone senile. Didn't you hear Shopkeeper Chun and the others? They said that this thing is extremely valuable and could cost tens of millions of Open Heaven pills. How can we collect so many pills? Idiot! Shopkeeper Tong raised his hand and knuckled the boy's head. The spirit pill is indeed very valuable, but in an auction it still requires someone to raise its price.
The only ones left in the Star City are desperate and destitute people.
So how rich can they be?
If we want to bid for that spirit pill, we don't need tens of millions, we just need to be richer than everyone else.
Tonghee's eyes lit up. What Grandpa says makes sense.
You really are an old fox, Ga. Shopkeeper Tong knuckled his head again before he could finish, so he quickly rephrased, as expected, old ginger is spicier. Grandpa, I'll get going right now. After saying that, he turned around and ran towards their store, but turned back after just a few steps.
Shopkeeper Tong frowned. Why are you back, Grandpa? I suddenly realized that this doesn't feel right. Since the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill is so precious, how could Void Land let it fall into the hands of outsiders?
Someone will definitely drive up the price at the auction.
This grandson thinks that the spirit pill will eventually return to Void Land. Shopkeeper Tong looked at his grandson gratifyingly with a smile. Your worries are not without reason. Tong, he questioned. Then are we still going to gather money? We might just end up going for wool and coming back shorn. Shopkeeper Tong smiled and replied, if it were normal times, your grandpa might not even dare to covet this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. But things are different now. Now, the popularity of Void Star City is at an all-time low. Since Sect Master Yang wants to reinvigorate this place, he will need something big to begin attracting people back. Auctioning this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill is his way of gathering fame for Void Star City. So naturally he has to take the circumstances into consideration.
Think about it. If word of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill spreads out from the Star City, the 3,000 worlds will definitely be shaken and many will come over to investigate.
So what?
Tonghe was puzzled. Shopkeeper Tong continued, if Sect Master Yang wants to revive the popularity of the Star City, his first act cannot be to rig an auction.
This is his public debut, so he cannot show duplicity or underhanded behavior. Otherwise, who would dare come here in the future? Tong he contemplated for a while, and agreed that what his grandpa said was reasonable, but he still felt insecure. But Grandpa, we're just running a small business.
We can't afford a single mishap. A shrewd light flashed across Shopkeeper Tong's eyes, and he smiled slightly. With such a great opportunity sitting in front of you, how can you hope to be successful if you don't even dare to take a gamble on it? Here, your aptitude is pretty good, and if you have enough resources, you should be able to refine fourth-order materials to achieve the fourth-order open heaven realm in the future. With Grandpa's ability, there's no way I can satisfy your cultivation needs.
If we do this right, though, not to mention fourth-order, even fifth-order materials won't be out of your reach.